hit start streaming, not start recording, right? Okay, yeah, no, we're good. Audio test. Audio test worked. It passed. Okie dokie. Hello. Day 63 is starting now. The plan for today is the same that it's been for the past few days, honestly. Just get Sanctum keys, really figure out some sigils, and also try to get trophies. So I should be able to get the billiard room trophy, or not billiard, yeah, no, billiard room, the dartboard puzzle trophy today, which is good. I don't know about completing the Mount Holly directory because I have 4 more rooms to get, which I guess I know what those rooms would be. There's 3 that I have to unlock from the drafting studio, and also the room 8 puzzle. And then after that, it's just kind of the extra ones, I guess. So yeah, Sanctum keys today, figuring out sigils, and I guess getting those rooms that I don't have yet. And I guess opening that one last safe that I know of in the office. And if we get the tomb, we might go for dead end rooms, just because. Try to get the trophy there. Because I have gotten close a few times, but never close enough. Also, something that I do want to try to do that might help with the all the dead end rooms is on that run, if I can get up to the antechamber and open it quickly, I kind of want to try to get the crown, because I can like stop red rooms from appearing, and I think that would probably be helpful. Just because those are like the exact opposite of red rooms, or of dead ends. There's also, yesterday we finally got on the Blackbridge Grotto computer. I figured out some of the passwords, but there's at least one other that I need to find out about. Oh, wait. Actually, we're gonna log in. There are a few others that I want to, or there's at least one other that I want to find out about, because it has something called archive access, which means I can see like the deleted log files and stuff, and I feel like that's going to be very useful. I did also turn on email stuffs for every computer. And does that mean... Are these different emails? I think these are different emails, so I'm gonna also look at all the emails on these computers, because I turned on the emails for the computers that I couldn't see emails on before, because the earlier I could only access the office computer emails, but I turned them on for all of them. So February 10th, 1987. By the way, I think the dates will be a little bit important because according to the logs, that one password that I want to get for the archive access was created on July 25th, I believe it was, 1987. And it said it was requested the day before, so we're looking for something that requests a password on July 24th, 1987. Anyway, stop recording. Kirk, per our last meeting, effective immediately, please suspend all security camera recordings. Live surveillance has been approved, but the Baron no longer wishes to have tape logs of activity on the estate. I know this might seem like a security risk, but I promise good reasoning is behind the seemingly unsound decision from Randolph Moore. We read about that in the Blackbridge Grotto, so I already knew about that. Mr. Darren, sorry for the lagging reply. I am still learning how to use this machine. Thanks for bringing this issue to our attention. This is not something I had considered, but it does seem like a reasonable suggestion that I will discuss with the Baron during our next meeting. I know he has expressed interest in installing secondary access levers for both redundancy and convenience, so this may be the perfect excuse to allow him to execute those plans should he wish to do so. Or security measures. I probably should have read security measures before security measures, but it's fine. Miss Babbage, I'd like to address one potential security vulnerability of having an antechamber lever in the weight room. I already know about that one. As the years have gone by, the Baron's frequency of working out in this room has gone from once in a red moon to as rare as a man without self-pity. As such, we find this room mostly relegated to guest use, and given that an antechamber lever is not only unsuited, but also poses a security risk, I advise we either remove or conceal it and install a secondary lever to control the south entrance. Okay, yeah. We already knew about that one. I always choose to avoid the weight room if I can, and every time I've gotten the weight room, yesterday I got it twice in a row. Which is crazy, because I had the archives, and then I got another archives, or no, I had a chamber of mirrors, sorry, and I ended up having like 6 duplicate rooms, but I got the weight room, and then the next time I had the archives, and I chose the other archive room, because either I couldn't afford the other rooms, or I just wanted to see what it was, just because. And it was another weight room. I got 2 weight rooms in a row, which kind of sucked, but oh well. Anyway, another request. Mr. Darren, if you have any more of those red and blue memo sheets, the Baron has requested a handful of each for a new project he is working on in the clock tower. For my part, I can't understand for the life of me why you and the Baron continually insist on confusing my staff and every other person who stumbles upon one of your colored memos. I'm not confident confusion is the best security, but it's not my department, so I'll leave that up to you and the Baron. Okay, that's for the clock puzzle, which I've already messed with, so I got a sanctum key from it. We are going to, just because I can get the lab later, I kind of want to do the shelter to see if there's any emails there. Because even if I got the option to check the shelter, I don't think I would, so. Yeah, we'll check the emails on this computer. Oh, they're the same. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, so when you log into the network, it's only on this computer. Gotcha. In that case, I will have to choose the bunker at some point. Okay, that's good to know. I'd prefer not to do that if possible, but oh well. Sure, we'll do the dark room. Just because we still have plenty of other ways to go. Ooh. We'll go that one. I don't know. That was useless. Useless. Oh well. At least I got the gem back. Kennel. Kennel could be good. But I'd need a shovel for it to actually be worth anything. So I think I'll do the hallway instead for now. Also, by the way, in case you're wondering why I have the coin purse and sleeping mask, it's because I ended the last run with the moon pendant where I got off, so that's why. Ooh, I would prefer if these were facing the opposite direction, but I'll take the den for the gem anyway. I think it's fine. Billiard room, sure. I have to do this anyway, so for the trophy. 18. That one means round to the nearest whole number, probably, right? So 1/3 of 10 would be 3.3, round to the nearest whole number would be 3. Or is that round up? No, it's round to the nearest whole number, okay. 18 divided by 10 is 1.8, right? Round to the nearest whole number is 2. That one is round to the nearest 5, I think. So 10. And then also 10 again. And then this one is round to the nearest 10, I think. So 10 divided by 10 is 1 plus 3 round to the nearest 10. I think that would be 0. Or actually, wait, that's minus. And this is multiply. 10 times 10 is 100. Minus 3, and then you round is still 100. Minus 20 is 80. Divided by 5 is 18? No, sorry. 16. No? Is it not 16? I might be dumb. This one's also very long. Normally I feel like there's only 4 that it asks you, but... Okay, so 10 times 10 is 100. Minus 3 rounded to the nearest 10 is still 100. Minus 20 is 80. 80 divided by 5 should be 16. Unless I'm doing the triple lines wrong. Let me... I have screenshots of these in the classroom, so let me just double check. Or I thought I did. I guess I didn't, because I was like, nah, I don't need it. Okay. Never mind. Unless it's round to the nearest 100 for 3 lines, and 2 lines is just round to the nearest 10, but both times it was 10 anyway. In which case, 100 minus both of those would still be 100 divided by 5 is 20. Okay, yeah, no, that one's round to the nearest 100. Gotcha. 18 round to the nearest 100 would be 0 plus 1 is 1. Okay. Gotcha, I just misremembered which way to round it. We're going to do the parlor just because it heads back. Actually, we have the den and can go that way, so. But also putting the corridor here is kind of useless. I'm going to do the... Actually, I'll just redraw, see if I get any better rooms. Commissary, I guess. Buy a shovel, possibly? Question mark. No? Okay, sad. I'll buy a sledgehammer, though. And running shoes. And a bunch of gems. I'll come back for gems if I need them. Kitchen there is useless. I'm gonna redraw because I want something that goes sideways. Another den? I can't do the closed exhibit because I don't have any... I don't have the, key card. And I don't... I said that weird. And I don't think there's anything else in there for me because I got the Morajai box yesterday, so... Yeah, no, we'll just do the other den. Conservatory is fine because that goes back up. The vault. Do I want the vault to stay rare? I don't need the Mount Holly gift shop, so that can be rare. Honestly, I think lowering the vault, especially if I'm gonna be doing a standard, might show up too much, but I think making it unusual will be better, just because if I want to do a dead-end run, making the vault slightly more likely I think is good, but making it standard feels like a bit too much. But the bunk room is good, all ready for dead ends, and actually I might be able to make the bunk room, but I also pass up on it a lot, so I feel like it's probably good. The vault I also pass up on a lot, so that's probably fine, and the gift shop is only good because of how many exits it has. I already bought everything there, so yeah. We will do the corridor for now. I'd rather have something that goes up, so I think I'll do the spare bedroom. Just so I have another way to go up instead of just the hallway, just in case the hallway doesn't work out. Greenhouse or East Wing Hall, probably. As much as I want the greenhouse. More likely to draw green rooms. I don't even have a shovel, though. But also I could get a shovel from one of the green rooms. But also going up. But I want to save the going up for somewhere later, so I think I'll save the East Wing Hall and get the greenhouse. And yeah, I finally knocked down this wall, so I have another exit. Ooh, do I want to do the utility closet? This feels like a really bad place for it, but also then I can turn the keycard system off and make that door more likely, because the security doors in general are better. I think I'm going to do it. Because I can still, this isn't a dead end, because I can go to the east through the den. It's just going to take a few steps to walk back, but I think that's fine. Plus I can turn the dark room back on, which will give me an item. So, yeah. Okay. So we're gonna get head back to the den, see what that other room is. This one. Then also come down to the dark room, get an item, and then go to security to change the likelihood of security doors. All these are kind of useless. Courtyard, though, could give me a shovel, so I think I'm going to go for it. It did not. Sad. But if I do get a shovel later, then I can come back and dig some stuff up, so. That is okay. And also, now that I have, now that I turned the keycard system off, I can just go up through the foundation. So even if I get a dead end from the hallway, it doesn't matter. Okay, sick. We'll do the aquarium, just because it gives me ways to go. I'm not taking that. Ooh, solarium? I'm down for the solarium, that's fine. We can see if there's an item in here. There's a coin. Garage does cut me off. But also it's 3 keys and I can go through the foundation. But also I could do terrace and not need gems anymore. But also I have a lot of gems, so that's not really an issue. The morning room gives me a way to go, but like I said, I can go through the foundation now. Okay, yeah, we'll do garage for the keys, and then head out and around to the foundation. Also, I do want to, get power directly into the garage at some point. Just like through this, because it might just raise the door, like how turning the power on in the utility closet does, but part of me also wants to think it does more, so. We'll see eventually, maybe. That's not super high on my priority list, though, so. We can ignore it for now. Plus, like, doing boiler room runs is very difficult for me. I made the boiler room commonplace, but for some reason it still never shows up. But, oh well. That's just how it goes sometimes. We have RNG runs every once in a while. Bad RNG. Walk-in closet for items could be decent. If I want to do the patio, then I'd have to go all the way back around to get those gems, but that might be useful later. The walk-in closet probably just has nothing crazy. And it might have a key card, and I just turned that off, so that's kind of useless. I think I'll do the patio. Go back for gems if I need them. It gives me a bunch more dig spots also, and a way to go up, so worth it. Are we just... I guess we'll just do a green room run today. Just because we have loads, so... Can I get a shovel, at least, if I'm doing green rooms? That'd be very handy. Oh, Conference room, probably. As much as I want the cloister, I think the conference room's better. Though the gems already being spread out doesn't matter at all. Or, like, they're not going to be recollected into the conference room, I mean. Would I do any other... I can't think of anything else I would spread. So, honestly, the cloister, probably. And the coat check is useless at the moment because it's just holding a key card, so. I always expect there to be a, like, for the mouse, the cursor to change. Whenever I go over those little bits, but it doesn't. You just have to click knowing them, which makes sense, to be fair. If you, like, if it changed before you knew that you could open this, then it would kind of give away the puzzle, but... The vault gives me money. I don't really need it, though. Having hallway doors always be unlocked, plus it connects back to the foundation, is nice, because also if I get... That means that, if I get the Great Hall, I won't have to spend a bunch of keys. Yeah. Plus there's no reason for me to go into the vault right now anyway, so... I have a bunch of steps, whatever. We'll step in and see if there's anything here. Okay, no. Didn't think so, but just thought I'd check. Music room gives me a key, I guess. I will gladly take a secret garden key, actually. I was kind of apprehensive about that, and they gave me the best key in the game, so, you know. Honestly, I don't want to rotate the floor plans, but I will take the dovecote, because I did want to go over here and unlock the secret garden, I guess. I have a bunch of keys, so I don't think the queen would be all that good at the moment. I haven't stepped into the chapel yet, which means that I could do the bishop for the first time ever. Adding the armory to the draft pool, do I want to do that? I think I'll go for the rook. Okay, I think this is the only thing here, and I've already read that, so... We're gonna use the secret garden key here, because it will spread fruit, which is good. And, I guess in theory now I could go back to the greenhouse and, have every antechamber door unlocked, if I want. Because the reason I came in here was to unlock both antechamber doors so I could walk sideways through it. And go down this way. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna re-roll. And again. And again. Okay, fine, we'll do the observatory, whatever. I was kind of hoping for a better room, but I also do want to be able to go through the antechamber, so I kind of need something that turns. Dead ends are more likely. If I knew that was coming, then I probably would have chosen the observatory earlier, possibly, because then I could get the dead end room. I think it's pretty much impossible at this point, though. Because we have laundry room, garage, solarium, utility closet, and that's it. We're at 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, yeah. 18 is the max number of dead end rooms I could have. Or 19, I guess, because we also have the, guess I can't walk through the antechamber. Because we also have the tool shed, so. Okay. You could hear the bird on the other side. We're gonna go back through the music room then. Except would I... I might go to the greenhouse first, honestly. And, use the broken lever there. Just in case I get like a room that goes straight up to the antechamber, I might as well this bottom door. And there's plenty of fruits spread out around the house, so I will get a decent number of steps back while I'm going there. Anyway. Hopefully, if I see the fruits, but it's completely possible I'll miss them. Or maybe they just won't be any, I don't know. It's not too many steps anyway, so... Is there more stuff? Wait. Oh! Was this shovel here before? I didn't know a shovel could spawn in here, honestly. In that case... There's nothing in the utility closet. I'm going to... I guess... go to... the solarium and like dig up what's ever in there, and same with the courtyard and the aquarium if it has any dig spots. And on top of that, that's also, I'll be looking for the fruits as well, so I should get steps on the way there. I'm gonna save the money. I don't really need the gems. Actually, I'm running low on them, so never mind. Okay. No fruits. No fruits. There is one here, though. Thank you. I don't think I've dug up anything so far. I mean, like a couple coins, but that's it. Sorry, my eyes triggered. 1 second. Just rubbing it a little tiny bit. Okay, nothing in here. I don't see the point in going back to the bedroom and dark room and laundry room and security and breakfast nook just to see if there's a fruit there, so I won't. Also, where's the... There's no road. I just realized it's just grass. Because I think there's 2 places for the garage to spawn, and I think it's typically like this room instead. So, as you can probably tell based on the fact that the path just continues. That's kind of funny though. It means that the outdoor pathway is also kind of just like the rest of the house, so it just pops up when you draft it. Okay. Back down to the foundation. And then I'm also gonna open the antechamber door. Just cause. Though I don't really think I can do anything in there. But I might as well, in case the room that I draft from the music room just goes straight up into the antechamber, I can pick up the crown and make it so that I don't get any of the red rooms. There we go. I've never had every door open in the antechamber before, I don't think. So that's pretty cool. Nice. I think throughout that whole expedition, like going back and stuff, I only lost like 13 steps because of the fruits that I picked up and the running shoes activating a few times, so. It wasn't as expensive as it could have been. Nice. I'll take a key. Honestly, that now that since I got fruits and turnips and stuff, now it is even less steps have been used. Yeah, we'll dig these up. Okay. Ideally now we get the gallery, I guess, because I really want that key. And I'd prefer to get the gallery before I fill in all of the rank 8 rooms. So nope. Okay. Well, we have to do the showroom because it's the only room that allows me to go forward, so do I want to buy anything? Moon pendant's good. Ornate compass might be worth it. Yeah, I think we'll buy the compass and the moon pendant. Alright. Sick. And I'll take this just because. Remove from today's pool. Oh, I can't remove that one though. Drafting studio? Yes, please. I was just talking about how I wanted to add more rooms. This one doesn't matter. The Great Hall partition plan for today matters not at all. Okay, there's only two rooms. Classroom, I guess, we'll add. Sick. Casino is the only other room that I have to add. And I think we're at, what was it, 106 out of 110 total rooms? I thought there were 3 here, so I thought these were the last 4. That means there's still one missing that I don't have yet. Honestly, I just got the classroom, so I might as well. Is this going to be grade 1? It is. Okay. That makes sense. Part of me was hoping it would be the secret last one, but it's fine. I don't know why I took that hall cast. I don't need it, but oh well. Furnace, remove, please. And then redraw. Actually, trophy room? No. Give me something better. Give me something better. East Wing Hall? That's pretty good. For some reason, I don't remember this chair. I don't know why. Okay, and then I'm going to leave this room empty, hoping that I get the gallery and get the room 8 key. Rotating won't do anything, but I'll... Yeah, okay. I was kind of hoping that it would rotate and then, like, go outside. But that makes sense. Okay, I'm going to write this one down. In white box, if this is a green memo, it's a lie. So, in white box with flame symbol. It is a red memo. Red memo. I said typed for the other ones. Would this one be written by hand? Is there a single word for that? I'll just say written. Written. The previous box in this room contained a true statement. Okay, so that would mean that the treasure of the treasure trove is outside somewhere. Which it was on a green statement in a blue box, so I wasn't sure if it was true or not. But now I know it's true. So it's somewhere outside, I just don't know where. I'll need to get the treasure trove again for it to help me narrow down where, I think, though. So... true. So it is outside the house. Okay. Sick. I imagine then the true treasure of the house is probably going to be that last microchip that I have yet to find. Office? Ooh. You know what? Actually, that's perfectly fine. Because it lets me go down. And also... I guess I can test this out. I kind of want to try... March... I don't know why West... Oh, West is lowercase because of that one other puzzle. How many tiny ones are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can we try March 7th? 0307. Okay. I was thinking that maybe it was like just all of the small ones. There are only 3 of these small guys though, so it could be 0303. Okay. Yeah, no, it is. Cool. That the one in the study where like the code was December 8th was freaking stupid, so it made me rethink how this one worked. I was just like zeros. Okay, this one's number 8. March 3rd, dear Mr. Sinclair, thank you for promptly answering all our demands, not involving the police, and allowing this unfortunate transaction to transpire as smoothly as one could hope. Which number am I missing, by the way? Because I know that there's a 7th, or there's another one. According to Alzara, I won't find that one, though, which is weird. What numbers do I have? Also, before I finish reading, sorry, I'm just gonna write down the code was 0303. Okay. Dear Mr. Sinclair, thank you for promptly answering all our demands not involving the police and allowing this unfortunate transaction to transpire as smoothly as one could hope. And while I'm guessing you had hoped to never hear from us again, once we had given you back the envelopes, we felt that one final red letter of our own was merited given the circumstances. Hopefully, you will not be as careless with this missive as you were with the others. Correspondence this incriminating should be kept in safes, not desk drawers. Let's first put your apprehensions aside, as I'm sure another red envelope is the last thing you expected to find on your desk this week. No, we are not making more demands, and no, we do not have copies of the other letters. You are already more than generous and accommodating, and the least we can do is fulfill our end of the bargain. So why write to you at all? Why incriminate ourselves further if we already have what we want? In a word, principles. After reading your eloquent reply to our initial note, it became apparent to us that there had been a few misunderstandings. This letter is intended to clarify some of these points and hopefully will place our schemes in a softer light. First, we may have gotten too excited with the colorful language of blackmail, but our goal was never to terrorize. Despite what you may believe you interpreted as thinly veiled threats towards your nephew, I want to personally assure you that there was never any tangible danger. If we gave any impression we would hurt the youngster, it was meant only in the very vague sense of hurting his social prospects. And yes, while we admit that our word choices may be questionable, enough so that it would be reasonable to accuse us of being intentionally misleading, we hope you believe us when we tell you that this was not a calculated ploy to elicit payment. Okay, however, as payment has been received, there is nothing to be gained by scrutinizing the questionable ethics that were employed in our extortion of those funds. Little defense can be mustered on that score. Additionally, any judgmental tone you may have detected when we discussed the content of your stolen letters was entirely unintended. We want it on record that we do not consider ourselves superior to you and your family in any way, and are in fact entirely sympathetic to the underlying cause that the letters pertain to. And you thought this letter couldn't get more incriminating for us. Again, we feel guilty as sin, and only time will tell if the financial recompense will outweigh our culpability. Even though you will never hear from us again, we hope this parting letter will result in you thinking of us and our dealings, if not favorably, at least sympathetically. Sorry for the inconvenience. Forever Anonymous X. That's... Why? Why would you blackmail someone and then be like, we weren't blackmailing you out of malice, we just needed money? I guess, I guess maybe it's in theory possible to not blackmail people out of malice, but also maybe not. Like if you need money, there's other ways to get money. You don't need to blackmail someone. We hope you believe us when we tell you that this was not a calculated ploy to elicit payment. What was the point then? What's the point of blackmailing someone to not get money? What? Doesn't make sense. We're gonna do the passageway. I think the passageway is too good to turn up here, as much as I would like to remove the archives. Hopefully neither of these two doors are unlocked. I'm gonna go this way first, just because I can guarantee I can go this way. Boiler room? I could also double my money. I'm not going to, but I could. I'm gonna do the boiler room. Not that I need power or anything, but just because it does have a dig spot, which could have a key. And since I'm out of keys and there's not a bunch of security doors, it didn't have a key tag. I'm just scared that these doors will be locked and I won't be able to go any further, so. I'm going to turn on the boiler though, so this is going to be loud for a moment. Okay. We're gonna remove the weight room. This can be a dead end though, it doesn't really matter. We'll do storeroom for the key. Thank you. I'm really hoping that one of these last rooms gives me the gallery. Though I think by turning the boiler on, actually, it's doing the opposite. Just realized, but oh well. Lab? I do want the lab too, actually. So that I can check the emails, so I'm gonna do that. We're gonna, just because the only way the gallery is gonna show up on the edge is if I go directly down, because there wouldn't be the other entrance on this side of the house. We're gonna go this way and then go down and hope it's the gallery, but it probably won't be. We're gonna remove the furnace. Chapel. I guess. Just because it's really the only option. Okay. Gallery, please. Please, 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 please. No. Sad. Oh well. We'll get it some other time then. Doesn't matter too much. Oh, it's powered on. I was like, what's that noise? Experiment setup doesn't really matter unless we get in immediately. Okay. Spread dirt on the driveway. Sure, why not? Experiment successful. Okay, and then we're also going to log into the network and take a look at the emails. We're going to read them backwards this time, so. April 4th, 1987. Sorry, I hit the mic. Freezer access. Randolph, as I know you've been conducting temperature-related experiments this past week, I've tried my best to avoid accessing my frozen stock during your normal working hours. However, on Friday, I was making my famous black truffle pizza, and had to visit the freezer for a few ingredients. I hope I didn't mess anything up. Chef Decamp. April 5th, 1987. Chef, please don't worry too much about the freezer access. The experiments we're doing aren't very sensitive, and they are already accounting for normal variations due to expected use and staff traffic. However, surprisingly, we did see a major temperature rise on Friday, which I believe may be related not to your freezer visit, but to the use of the furnace in close proximity. In the furnace, you should try to draft that in the future, you should try to draft that a bit further away, as the temperature rise from drafting that room has a major effect on temperature in the house, and even more so in rooms in close proximity to it. I'm aware of that already, but that is something that I need to try as well, because there's stuff in the freezer that I want to melt. The cooler's unaffected though, so I think I need power to go into the freezer as well as having the furnace close by, but we'll do that at some point. H.S. Sinclair precautions. Baron Sinclair. As we discussed in our meeting earlier this week, we will be sealing off the entrance to the Blackbridge server this week, as well as archiving all our emails and locking access. I'm not sure just how tech-savvy we expect the Red Guard to be, but there's more than enough data on our servers that these extra precautions are, in my opinion, the very minimum measures that we should be considering, given the likelihood of an investigation next month. Is Detective Bon Margle, is the detective, would they have got a password to it? No, they will, of course not. They're trying to defend against that. There's no reason to give the detective a password. But it could be. I don't know. I can try some Detective Von Morgul passwords. I just know that the password that I'm looking for is going to be a different length than the other one. So, like, even if it is them, that's no guarantee that I'll get the password length correctly. Lock it down, lock it all down. Thank you, H.S. Sinclair. Okay, well, guess we'll just go up to the West Wing and get that last room. Oh, hey! That sucks. But I do... No, I don't. I didn't choose the coat check. I was gonna say I do have the coat check, so I can, grab this key. And put it in there for next time, but I never took the coat check because it just had a key card in there. I was like, I don't need a key card, so. Okay, I only ever need this room one more time. Just to add the casino. Also, since I have this... Yeah, I can just do a 3 password there. Which is weird that I can't do just 3 on... the office one. Maybe 303, I don't know. But I don't think that worked. I'm pretty sure I tried that. So it's weird that the big ones are 4, but this tiny one can be 3. Oh well. Okay, I have 7 of the letters. I have the office one, the drafting studio one, the study, the outdoor room, the bunker. And then 3 others. Where were the 3 others? The drawing studio? Where were the 2 other ones? I can't remember, I'm gonna be honest. My brain is not able to think of them right now. Well, oh well. For now, every room in the house is filled out, which is pretty cool. We are going to call it a day, I think. Hope that the moon pendant lets me keep the key 8. Odds of that happening. Not very high, unfortunately, but actually before I do that, I want to go to Blackbridge Grotto and try out some Detective Bon Margle game, you know? See if I can see if that's exactly what I need. Probably not, though. If the password is that, like, friggin' a new clue XYZ ABC stuff, I'm gonna be very annoyed because I have no clue what that means yet. I've looked at that so much, and I'm just like, this is Greek to me. I am like, I don't know what this is talking about. Okay, thank you. Honestly, I completely forgot that I spread dirt on the driveway, so if I didn't think of coming out here to the Bon Margle stuff, I would have completely missed all this. But there was so much more dirt on the driveway that one other time. What the heck? Maybe it's because it was like a every time you do something, spread dirt on the driveway instead of being immediately. Since that bird bath had some dirt in it, I'm also gonna check this bird bath over here and every other bird bath I can think of. Okay, no. I can also look around for more dirt. Because, like, when you say driveway, I think of this area since, you know, you drive the car out here. But there's nothing. I'm sure the birds love that, by the way. The, the dirt in the bird bath. They're probably big fans. Is there anything to dig in here? I think I looked around once, but didn't see anything. I probably, like, it probably has a check to be like, you either need to click on it or have got all the clues for the dig symbol to show up. you want to dig something outside. Robert Nogula? I wonder if that's another name. Also, that has like, that's like the gem stand, which is weird. I don't know why that's there. It's been there since the beginning. But... Robert Nogula. Nogula? Okay. I want to try... Admin not found. Okay, yeah, Nogula doesn't work. Det Bon Marg. Nope. Doesn't fit, so that one's not gonna work. Or that does fit, so it's not gonna work. That is how you spell their name, right? I think so. I'm gonna take a look at my screenshots real quick. If it's in there, I don't know if it would be. I need like one of those library things that says who checked it out. No, not that one. Is it in Swimbird? It is, but I can't see. I know that Detective Von Margle checked that one out, but unfortunately I don't have a screenshot of the name. Okay. What if it's just Detective Von Margle? Okay. Detective Von Margle. No. Von Margle. No. Okay. Yeah, I got nothing. In that case, we are going to call it a day here, I think. Because I can't think of anything else that I would like to do, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, okay. No. That's it for today. Do I want to end it in a certain room? Don't think so. I'll go walk in the laundry room because I haven't stepped in that room yet today. I just unlocked it and then didn't bother. But let's see if there's anything. Also this, no, not that one. This one. Green memos found in Hartley's room are always false is typed, but it's on a piece of paper and I don't know what color it is. unfortunately. So, but the paper in Hartley's room just says there are 12 major keys. I imagine this paper is probably blue if this image wasn't red. Because I imagine the sanctum keys all count as a major key, and there's 8 of those. There's the room 8 key that I have, the basement key, so that makes 10. The secret garden key probably doesn't count as a major key, but it might. I'm not sure. Oh no, actually no, I think it does, because you can get it from the locksmith if you pay for a major key, right? I think. But also you can get the prism key from that one, and that one doesn't feel like a major key at all. I don't know. Okay, yeah. That's it. We'll end it in the bedroom, I guess, since we're right here. Sick. Good day. Is that an onion? No, that's a base. Okay. We'll call it a day then. Not a bad first run. I got the safe in the office finally. Unlocked the gallery. Got the roommate key. Or I say unlocked the gallery. Re-got the gallery. We're gonna hope that archaeological shopping center. Really? I was expecting something green with how many green rooms there were. 31 excavated dig site seems true. Shopping? Laundry room, commissary, showroom, and I guess aquarium? Okay. Jeez. I had the conservatory, the courtyard, the solarium, greenhouse, patio, veranda, morning room, cloister, secret garden, and aquarium, which makes 9 green rooms, so I would have expected that, but I guess the shop rooms are rare enough where those take precedent. Anyway. Yeah, roommate was what we're trying to get. I guess try to find that last safe, because I have no clue where it is. And then after that... Or actually, they're not all behind safes. That's why I can't think of them, is because one of them is in the basement. We're 4 dartboard puzzles away. I should be able to do the classroom final exam if I get lucky as well. So I guess if we get the classroom as an option here, I might go for that, honestly. Okay, yeah, we'll do the... We'll try to go for classrooms today. What? Oh, I did keep key 8. Yo! Heck yeah. Okay. Thank you, Moon Pendant. I gotta be very careful then for this run. And make sure I actually make it to rank 8. Which means I need keys and stuff, so I should be very careful. None of these are great first rooms to get. We'll do the library, I guess. Did I have a book checked out? I did not. What do I need? I have screenshots of these 4. I have screenshots of... I don't have screenshots of Blackbridge, but I know exactly which stream I did that one, so I can look at it. Realm and Ruin I have screenshots of. A New Clue I have screenshots of. Or I don't have screenshots of the first History of Arindia, just the first edition. But I think the first edition's probably better than... Granted, actually, having the screenshots of the History of Arindia that's like the stuff they don't... Knowing what they don't want you to know could be very good information. The fixed stars doesn't matter. Pump system user manual doesn't matter. Any of the architectural digest, like the drafting strategies, do I need those? I don't think so. We'll do this one. Just so I know what they don't want me to know, you know? $64 total days. We're on a stack of days. So, sick. Anyway. We're gonna do the classroom right now. As much as I want to do the cloister, I think the classroom is better. Thank you for the dice. That's going to be very useful. I will need keys too, however, so please give me those also. We are going to redraw. Actually, no, I can go up later. I'm going to take the key from the breakfast nook since I just asked for it, because I can still go up through the entrance hall and also go this way and up, so it's okay. Plus I want to go down here anyway, and re-rolling and getting a room that goes both ways is probably wouldn't have been the most likely thing in the world. Hallway closet could give me a metal detector or some keys, so okay, it gave me a key. I will take it, and taking the running shoes will also help in case I do need to run back a lot for keys or something. So I will also take a locksmith if I get the option. But for now, it doesn't matter too much. I'm going to do the breaker box and turn the keycard system off. And now we just need security, and we're good. Okay, we'll do classroom for now. Grade 2, give me some steps, please. Sorry for eating your apple, Teach. Another classroom or the billiard room? Honestly, I'm gonna redraw and try to get security. Dang. I can't do the storeroom. I need to do something else. I'm gonna redraw again and try to get something that goes for... Oh, okay. Worth it. Okay, keycard system. We're going to set the security level to high and change the offline mode to unlocked. And then also I changed the settings for the login to network thing to a month. So I don't know what that did, actually. I'm going to be honest. I figured it would mean I wouldn't have to type in the password, but obviously that's not the case. So anyway, classroom. Yeah, we can do classroom. I don't need to worry too much anymore because I have the keycard system turned off and I can still go up through the foundation now. So yeah. Give me a room that goes both ways though, please. Sure, chapel is fine. I don't mind it too much. East Wing Hall is kind of useless, but it lets me go down into the corner. But I could also save it for later and not bother with the corner. So I think I'm going to do the storeroom and take the keys instead, and also the gem. Which is another thing that I have to worry about, I just realized, is gems. So... Mountain Holy Gift Shop is not great at the... We'll do the classroom. Den? Yeah, for the gem. I said I was going to think through, and I'm literally not. I'm rushing through it, so I should probably take more time. But also knowing that I can go up through the foundation makes me less worried that I'm going to get stuck, so... Oh, right. Also, in grade 8, they have the language thing. I'm gonna have to... I wanted to do that also. Not necessarily, like, on stream. Well, I'm maybe on stream. That could be fun. Den or parlor? Anyway, there's that one letter in the we're gonna redraw in the. Why is my brain forgetting what it's called? In the tomb. That I want to translate as well, because it's written in Eurasian, and I want to figure out what it says because I'm sure it'll have some clues for something. We're gonna do the billiard room. Yeah, we're gonna save the dorm for later, I think. And as much as I think the den would be good, I think the billiard room at the moment would be better, because this is also one of my priorities, is getting this trophy. 2019 round to the nearest 5 is still 20. 11 round to the nearest 10 is 10. 10 times 14 round to the nearest 100 is 100 divided by 10 is 10. 16, 32 round to the nearest 10, 30 divided by 10, 3 times 2, 6 round to the nearest 10 is 10. I'm going to redraw because I'd prefer something that goes the other way. Yeah, sure. The parlor is fine for the gems that I need. Wow. Okay, get this correct. A box with a true statement contains the gems. This box does not contain the gems. If we assume both of those are true, that means that you will not solve this puzzle. That one is false. Okay, that makes that easy. 4 statements on boxes in this room are true. A box with 1 false statement contains the gems. Okay. It's in black then. 4 statements on boxes are true. This one is true. Wait. No, this one is false. Sorry. That would mean both of these are true. All 4 of these are true. Okay, so this top one is false. Both of those are true. That one's false. This bottom one is true. A box with 1 false statement contains the gems, which means it's in white. A box with a true statement contains the gems. This does have a true statement. So it's in white, actually. Yeah, okay. Freaking liar. That one is actually retroactively, it could be true if you get it wrong. We are going to redraw. I'd prefer a room that goes both ways, please. Gymnasium is fine, because I turned the lights off. Classroom? Yeah, I'm down to put a classroom here, that's fine. Give me the apple, please, por favor. Gracias. Arigato gozaimasu. Now, special key? Key 8? I don't think I can use it here, yeah. You know what? Yeah. Okay, we are going to go down through the foundation. I just impulsively chose the garage just for the keys, by the way. Because even though I have the keycard system set to off and maximum, security. It hasn't given me a security door yet. So my trust that it will is kind of low, so having the keys will be very helpful. Okay, we're gonna go sideways first. Give me a good room, please. This is a fine place for the dorm. I'm not gonna bother re-rolling here. Okay. Yeah, I have 7 keys, so it's fine. Plus, this could have a key in it, so it kind of pays for itself. Ooh! Paid for itself 3 times over. Let's go. Okay, give me a room that goes 2 ways, please. Thank you. Oh, that one. Sick. Oh, okay. I'm gonna take the morning room just because it gives me gems. Even though I would like to be able to go up, it doesn't feel good to use dice right there, so... yeah. Okay, give me a good room, please, that goes in 2 directions. Is it worth using the dice here? I'm gonna do the classroom because I can redraw this one a bunch, and then here... no, that... but I could redraw and still get a bad room, and I'd be locked out. But also, I could draw a classroom from the classroom. Okay, yeah, no. We're doing that. Grade 7? Honestly, we got to grade 7 pretty dang quick. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Ooh. Those are useless in this place, unfortunately. Okay, redraw, redraw, give me a classroom, thank you. I'm gonna go back for steps, just cause. Okay, grade 8. Sick. And in theory, I could get another classroom. Office guarantees that I'll be able to go, but I'm not going to bother. I can redraw so many times, so I'm basically guaranteed to get whatever room I want. Do I want the treasure trove? No, I need gems. I'm gonna... and I'm only at 2, so... okay, we'll do the drawing room, just because I can redraw there. And it guarantees I can go up, and since I didn't get that other classroom, my heart started beating like crazy. Because I was like, maybe I will get locked out. Holy cow. Kennel allows me to go up. Passageway lets me go 2 directions, but it's also 2, and I don't really want to spend those 2 gems if I can help it. Closed exhibit only gives me 1 way to go. We're going to redraw. I'm going to do secret passage, and then do a hallway room. And hope that I get the Great Hall. Yes, thank you. I know that the doors are locked, but I have a bunch of keys, so... I'm going to go forward first and use key 8. Oh, it's this room. Honestly, the queen might be good here, because I have tons of steps anyway. And I'm about to use a bunch of keys, so yeah. That's fine. Okay. Okay, what is this? The sum of my sin as it is penned is a number within the room we are in. You won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin down on the end. If we spend a min or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. What? The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend of the tail of this in the tail of the skin. Oh, jeez. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. A letter and its twin. What's the twins of another letter? To my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit all in. To fit it all in. One of these is... I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fiend. Far from the end. To first begin, place me within a bin with an N within its sin. With an N within its sin. Okay. Hubris, envy, gluttony, or mundanity. Which I didn't realize was a sin, I'm gonna be honest. We'll start by placing you in envy. Because you're a lion. Feels like it fits. Should we go off what animal they are first? What animal is a glutton? Penguin? Probably not a penguin. Sloth. What's the... No, okay, I don't think it's that. Actually, wouldn't a lion be wrath? Excuse me, I sneezed. It's an N though. Excuse me again. Jeez, I don't know where the sneezes came from. Just because you're a swan, I'm gonna put you in mundanity, just because swans are a big thing in this game. We'll fix this later. The sum of my sin as it is penned is a number within the room we are in, so it's an 8-letter word. So gluttony, because it's the only one. Gluttonous penguin was a joke, but turns out might be correct. You won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin on the end. Okay, we'll put you in hubris then. I feel like that also probably fits with hubris. To be like, I deserve something, you know? If we spend a minute or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. Lounging in the den, that would be sloth, because you're spending a long time just sitting there, doing nothing. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend of the tail of the skin. Is near the bend in the tail of the skin. I'm gonna put you in lust just because you mentioned skin. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each. A letter and its twin. I'll just put you in avarice. For my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit all in. Okay, something is wrong here, clearly, because something happened. But that's fine. This is a good place to start. You won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin on the end. Hubris fits. Because hubris is... I don't know how to define it, but it feels like I'm thinking you're the best. Kinda. Right? I want to look that up just to double check, actually. Define hubris. Overbearing pride or presumption arrogance. Yeah. Okay. So that one's pretty easy. This one is also easy because the sum of my sin as it is penned is a number within the room we are in. We are in room 8. There isn't... Can I put you... Where'd you... Hello? There we go. Okay. We are in room 8. This is a 8 in this game. So, and gluttony is an 8-letter word. Sloth fits for you because if we spend a minute or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. Lounging around in the den doing nothing is sloth. To my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit all in. One of these is a thinner... like written in thinner letters. It kind of looks like Hubris's is written in thinner letters, I'm going to be honest, but I put it next to Lust because it was the only open box, and also in the tail of my skin kind of looks like it is barely squeezed in. I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fiend. Far from the fin. Okay, I'm confident on these two. I'm confident on hubris. So it's envy, lust, wrath, avarice, and mundanity that I'm not so sure about. So we're gonna take these out. The lion should be the next easiest. To first begin, place me within a bin with an N within its thing. That's a lot of N's. So envy, gluttony is taken, or mundanity. One of the two. Envy fits because you want to be placed in a... To first begin, place me within a bin with an N within its sin. You want to be placed within a box with N. Envy is like to really want something like really, really bad. So I think that works. I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fin. Okay, avarice is like rich, being rich. To my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit all in. Might be avarice because you got like a bunch of stuff. Also, the swan being an avarice because this family loves swans and they're rich. We're gonna put you in mundanity just because next to avarice. Is near the bend in the tail of the skin. That makes me think hubris, but that doesn't... I feel like the dog is hubris. Is the thing. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. So it's twice as long as the box next to it? A letter and its twin. I really feel like the dog is hubris, though. Okay, we're gonna take the lion out, switch it with the monkey, because that's also close to the tail, the bend in the tail of the skin, and you want to be closer, so envy, I guess. That means the only N left is mundanity. I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fin. Oh, far from the fin. Gotcha. wrath for I recommend you think again, I guess. My neighbor's sin is written thin to fit all in. Sloths is definitely written much thinner. So we'll say your avarice, because your neighbor's with sloth, and that's definitely much thinner text than gluttony. Okay, something here is wrong. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. I'm confused about the letter and its twin part. The sum of my sin as it is penned is a number within the room we are in. We are in room 8. It is an 8. Also, there's no other paintings in here. This makes it look like there's 2 on this wall. There aren't any others. Let me define wrath. Because that's always like, it's defined different than I always expect it to be. Anger, violent anger. Yeah, it's just anger. Okay, that's what sounds right to me. But also I swear that like sometimes it feels like it's a different definition. It's written thin. Sloth is written thin. There's no reason for you to be gluttony. The only mundanity is 9 letters. Gluttony is 8. Wrath is 5. Lust is 4. Envy is 4. Hubris is 5. Sloth is 5. Avarice is 7. Which means 8 is the only one for gluttony, so you have to be there because there's no other letters in here besides 8. You don't want to be far from the fin. Because you're lusting for it. A letter and its twin. Letter and its twin. Letter and its twin. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. What letters are there? We have A. There's no B. C, D, E. No F. G, H, I. No J. No K. L, M, N, O, no P, no Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, no X, Y, no Z. I don't know why I said all those. I've forgotten which ones already. Okay. I've backed myself into a corner, clearly. I did this with the clock puzzle as well, so... In the clock puzzle, I had to restart at some point. So we might as well do that here, too. Okay, we're gonna look at all of these again. Unfortunately, I can't place the lion back down. So, the sum of my sin as it is penned is a number within the room we are in. We are in a room with 8. As it is penned is how many letters it has in it, I'm pretty sure. The only one with 8 letters is gluttony. So you would have to go in Gluttony. Is there anyone else that could possibly go in Gluttony, though? I don't think so. Because you deserve to be on the end. Gluttony is right in the middle. I recommend you think again if I'm ever in a bin far from the fin. So it's in one of these. Also far from the fin, probably in the end. Like near the end, so in one of these three. Assuming that's fin as in fin, as in the end in Spanish. To my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit all in. When I was looking at it, it did look like this text was thinner than the other ones, but also looking at it now, it might not be. It could have just been the angle I was looking at it. I'm gonna put you in Gluttony just because I'm like really confident about that one. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. It says near the bend, it doesn't mean it is in the bend. Oh, but I deserve to be in the bin on the end. You hubristically think that you deserve to be in the hubris box. But you're not saying you want to be in the hubris box. Which would be like envy, I feel like. I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fin. To be fair, that could also be Wrath, because it is pretty close to the fin as well. And it's the I recommend you think again is very like, you better think twice before you do a thing, you know? Which makes me feel like it's angry, so fitting in Wrath. I'm gonna put you in Wrath for now, whatever. Because that's not too far from the fin. It is pretty close. I think it's just saying it's not on this half of the room, but it's on this one. So the monkey and the dog are probably in hubris and envy. I'm not sure which is which. To my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit all in. Are either of these written? No, both of these look like they fit in. The only thing is, like, in a bin far from the fin is kind of long. Hmm. If we spend a minute or 10 landing the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. It's definitely Sloth. Like, I don't think that's an option for it not to be, I'm going to be honest. I don't think that fits with anything else. Avarice, not really. Lust, envy, hubris, no. Gluttony doesn't make sense. I imagine the sin of mundanity is just like being boring. So would the elephant go in there? Because, like, the one with the thin letters is mixing it up, so the elephant's being boring by being like, oh, I don't want to be, you know. You know? Which leaves the only N left is envy. To first begin, you want to do it first. To first begin, you're like, do me first, do me first, do me first. So envy for first position. Dog for hubris, I think. Lust because you want to end up in the bin next to the tail. I share a trend with my neighbors, send a letter and its twin appear on each bin. I mean, there's two A's in avarice. Okay, something is clearly wrong here. I'm gonna switch the dog and the monkey. Hello? There we go. No? Okay. This one really is like, you'll invoke my wrath if you put me far away from the fin, but you're pretty close to the fin. You want to go first. And you want a word with N in it. So envy, you're envious of the letter N. The sum of my sin as it is penned is a number within the room we are in. Other than that, though, that one doesn't really scream gluttony. It's like, it doesn't seem like you eat a lot, you know? Granted, I guess gluttony isn't just about, like... It's just like, that's what I'm thinking. Define gluttony, excess in eating or drinking. Okay, never mind that. But you're not mentioning anything about food. Granted, none of you are really mentioning anything about food. But I guess you'd be huge if you eat a bunch, and gluttony is the longest word except for mundanity, which is apparently an 8th deadly sin, which I didn't know about. Avarice doesn't really fit this one, though. I share a trend. You share a trend because you're copying them because you're envious of them? Okay, I'm putting the dog in hubris just because I actually, like, we're just... No, sorry. Pick up the dog. Doggo in hubris. You won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin on the end. Which doesn't rhyme, by the way. But, monkey in envy because you want to be close to this one, but that doesn't make much sense. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. The bend in the tail of the skin is right here. You're closest to hubris. Envy is also close by, though, so it feels like it would have to be one of those two. But this doesn't tell me anything about being envious. Except for maybe you'd want to be closer to the bend in the tail of the skin. But it doesn't say anything about wanting to be. It just says, I tend to be there, you know? I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fin. You're close to the fin. And I'd invoke your wrath by not putting you close to it. So wrath for that one. Is penned in a number within the room you're in. Is there a number other than 8 in here somewhere? I don't think so. Unless we're saying you're in mundanity, which is 9 letters, and there's 9 statues. The only thing is, I don't know what else would go in gluttony, is the thing. Oh, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit all in isn't talking about the sin itself. Or isn't talking about the words written on here. It's talking about the sin itself, so you'd be an avarice then. Because mundanity is longer, so it's each of those letters are thinner, I think. Granted, avarice also kind of looks thinner, but mundanity is definitely thinner. So, okay. You're an avarice. Would the rabbit be in lust because it's a rabbit? Also, I share what is it? I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each fin. Yeah, no, we're gonna put the rabbit in the list because the S and U also show up in hubris. The L and U show up in gluttony. The L shows up in sloth. The T shows up in wrath, gluttony, sloth, and mundanity. I don't know, that feels right. And then the bend I tend to wind up in is near the tail of... It is near the bend in the tail of the skin, which is... The thing is, that's the opposite. So that doesn't make much sense. So what if I switch you to? No. Nothing happened. Okay, I'm gonna define mundanity, because I don't know what that is exactly. Worldliness, the characteristic of being mundane, ordinariness, plainness, the quality of being commonplace or ordinary. Yeah, that makes sense. It's probably what I expected, to be fair. Except kind of all of these are pretty ordinary. That's the thing about the 7 deadly sins. It's like loads of humans are ordinary. Loads of humans have one of these at least. Are very something. The hubris to think that you deserve to be in a bin on the end makes sense, right? You want to be the first, and in a bin with an N. You want to be the first one placed down. But envy is like greed, but not necessarily directed toward anything. You just want stuff, but yours is directed toward the letter N. Clearly something's wrong with it. Okay. I'm confident about you because mundanity is squished, and this is the only neighbor to the mundanity box. I'm confident about you because if we spend a minute or 10 lounging in the den, lounging fits with sloth because you're just sitting there. Or, yeah. Gluttony. This one I've been too confident in, maybe, though it doesn't really... It's just like, the thing about the gluttony one is it's... The sum of my sin as it is penned is a number within the room we are in. Is like, we're in room 8. And gluttony has 8 letters. None of the other ones have 8 letters. So, like, that one seems very simple. But granted, I guess a lot of these seem kind of simple, honestly. The only two that don't are the monkey and the rabbit, really, I think. We're going to put the monkey in envy. We're going to put you in less. Envy and less to me are kind of similar, you know. But, like, you want to be first, just like somebody, like, isn't, if you say I'm lusting for something, that kind of just means you really, really want it, which is basically just envy, right? So technically those two are kind of interchangeable-ish. This one doesn't make any sense to me. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. A letter and its twin. What's the twin of a letter, though? Hello, the puzzling's going decent. Kind of-ish. I'm confident on a few of these. There's a, like, specifically, I guess these 3 I'm kind of confused about. But the rest make a lot of sense. I guess this one could be wrong. The wrath for the swan. It's just like the I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fin. Makes me feel like, you know, you'll invoke my wrath, you'll invoke my anger if you place me in a bin far from the fin, but it is pretty close to the fin, and also it fits with wrath, I feel like. We are in room 8, gluttony is 8 letters. So the sum of my sin as it is penned is a number within the room we are in, makes sense. Sloth. If we spend a minute or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm often in. Because you just sit there doing not much, you know? That makes sense. So my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit all in. Is mundanity, that's the only one that's written thinly, and avarice is its neighbor. So I guess I could think about... Chagrin is vexation. That makes sense. Avarice is immoderate desire for wealth. So thinking you deserve a lot more money, basically. Which doesn't really fit, like... Unless your neighbor's sin is written thin to fit all in, it's like mundanity instead, because the avarice is like they just want so much, I guess. Immoderate desire for wealth, yeah. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. This is the skin. This is the tail. Can be, I guess. I feel like once I figure out the rabbits, I'm gonna like get this pretty easy, because this is the one that's really messing with me. Like once I get this one pinned down, I think I'll get it more, like understand what's going on, you know? I share a trend with my neighbor's sin, a letter and its twin appear on each bin. I think the a letter and its twin appear on each bin is messing with me. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. Like I said before, lust and envy kind of go together, I feel like. So it makes sense the rabbit's here somewhere. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. Plus a rabbit. Like the entire thing about rabbits is that they have loads of rabbit babies, right? So lust. Right? Though I don't know if the animals actually matter that much. Is there actually like a representation for the seven? Like I know that I'm pretty sure lion is normally wrath. Is there like do these other ones have animal representations as well? Like is a bear typically sloth? I'm gonna be honest, a swan being wrath kind of makes sense to me, but the penguin doesn't make much sense. I don't think the penguin would be any of these animals. Like, for any of the sins, I'm going to be honest. Okay, a letter and its twin appear on each bin. I share a... what was it? A trend with my neighbor's sin. Is that saying like both of the neighbors like letters should appear on each, or should appear multiple times? There's an E in avarice, there's a V in avarice, there's an N in mundanity, there's a Y in mundanity. Lust. There's an L in gluttony and a U in gluttony and an S in sloth and a T in sloth. I'll put you there. You want to be near the bend and the tail of the skin. The only thing is now... place me in a bin with an N within its sin. Avarice doesn't have an N. Okay. Fine. We will begin first with the lion. We'll put you in something with an N. We will do mundanity. Just cause. Why not? Okay. Next. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. We'll put you in hubris then, just cause. Because that's the closest to here. I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the bin. So we'll put you as close to the fin as you can get, which is envy. You won't find my bin between sin, in between sin, for I deserve to be in a bin on the end. Well, there isn't a bin on the end left, unfortunately. So... something you really want. You're envious of being in the bin on the end, which means we will put you here because you're lusting for the fin, put you in envy. Sure. To my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written then to fit all in. What do you want to fit in you completely? A bunch of food. You're next to you're next to gluttony. The sum of my sin, as it is penned, is a number within the room we are in. So, gluttony. I don't know. I got nothing. There's no other way for me to interpret that one. If we spend a minute or 10 lounging in a den, you'll know which bin I am often in. Which is sloth. I can't think of anything else that one would go in either. Those two seem pretty easy. And then I share a turn with my neighbors, blah, 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 blah. So that clearly didn't work. So, something is wrong. We will switch the lion around to another thing with an N. We'll do envy, just because I'm pretty sure gluttony is correct. Which means you deserve to be in a bin on the end. Do you think you deserve more? We're going to put you in avarice. Because you desire being in a bin on the end so badly. That didn't work. You share a trend with your neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. To my chagrin, my neighbor's bin is written thin to fit all in. Which, to be fair, could be gluttony, because that does look like it's written a lot thinner as well. Like, if we look at the letters like hubris and envy and lust, those are all written like fairly far apart. Gluttony is like clearly squished together. But also so is mundanity. I guess avarice is a little bit too. It's near the bend in the tail of the skin doesn't mean it's right next to the bend. The thing is, the dog to me really feels like a hubris thing. Like, it's written in a way that's very hubristic already, and also it goes on the end. Like it says it deserves to be. Okay, let's try something else. We'll put the lion in gluttony just because it's the only other one that with an N that I haven't tried yet. We're going to switch to you. Say you go in mundanity because there's a 9 in this room. There isn't actually, but we're going to say there is. Because there's 8 deadly sins here and an 8 here, so it really feels like gluttony because that's 8 letters long, but whatever. The bin I tend to wind up in. The thing is, that one just says tend to wind up. It doesn't say you want to be there. It doesn't say you feel like you deserve to be there. It just says you tend to go there sometimes. Which feels more sloth, you know? Just like let stuff happen. Other people will put you in your place, you know? I recommend you think again if I'm ever in a bin far from that. That sounds like wrath, but that could also just be a, like, hey, just so you know you're wrong. Which could not be a wrath thing. That could be a, something else. But it doesn't fit with hubris, envy, or lust, is the thing. And I did think Swan and Avarice at one point, just because swans are a big thing in this game, and avarice is like wanting a bunch of money. And this family is clearly rich. But I think this room on its own doesn't have anything really to do with the rest of the family stuff, so. I think that one's right, though, is the thing. I share a turn with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each one. Maybe it's talking about envy and lust. Like, the twin letter is like E and L, and N and U, and S and V, and Y and T. But a letter and its twin appear on each bin. There's no E in hubris, so obviously that doesn't work. There's no L or E. There's no N. There's no V. There's no T or Y. Hmm. Envy is a feeling of discontent and resentment aroused by and in conjunction with a desire for the possession or qualities of another. Maybe the dog wants to be in the place where the monkey is. And it's acting like it deserves it because, I don't know. Yeah, we'll just say that for now. Those ones. And put everything else back to where it feels like it goes. Okay, now something is wrong. I'm just going to look up the definition for all the 7 deadly sins. Just to make sure I'm actually thinking of this right. Okay. Define hubris. Define envy. Define lust. Define wrath. Define a gluttony. Define sloth, not the animal. Define avarice. And define mundanity. Mundanity says worldliness, and then the definition of worldliness is the quality of being worldly, a predominant passion for obtaining the good things of this life, covetousness, addictedness to gain temporal enjoyments, worldly mindedness, which feels like not what I expected, I'm going to be honest. Okay, hubris, overbearing pride, or presumption. It's just arrogance. The feeling of discontent and resentment aroused by and in conjunction with desire for the possession or qualities of another is envy. Lots of these kind of mixed together. Lust is just intense sexual desire. But wrath is forceful, often vindictive anger, gluttony, excess in drinking or eating, sloth, an aversion to work or exertion, laziness or indolence, avarice, immoderate desire for wealth. Mundanity is the characteristic of being mundane, ordinariness, plainness, or technically also being addicted to gain temporal enjoyment. Go by these definitions instead. What fits hubris the most? Overbearing pride or presumptuous or presumption, arrogance. So you have, obviously, you won't find my bin in between sin, for I deserve to be in the bin in the end. So you are arrogantly saying that you deserve to be here, which fits. The bin I tend to wind up in isn't arrogant at all. You're just saying sometimes you end up there. Or you end up there, you tend to end up there because of something, for some reason. But you tend to end up in this location. That's not hubristic at all, really. You're not arrogant. If we spend a minute or 10 lounging in the den, you'll know which bin I'm off in it. You're not arrogantly... I guess you're kind of arrogantly saying that I'll be able to figure it out, but that doesn't feel right either. I share a turn with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. Isn't there something about envy that's like specifically toward your neighbor or something? Like, what's the envy definition from the Bible? From the Bible, I forgot to put an E at the end. To want what belongs to somebody else. To want what belongs to your neighbor. That doesn't feel like hubris either. To my chagrin, my neighbor's sin is written thin to fit all in. I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bin far from the fin. Also, technically could be hubris. Because you're presuming, you're arrogantly saying that you deserve to be next to the fin, kind of. Pretty much. So first to begin, place me within a bin with an N within it. Then hubristically saying I'll go first, but that also gets rid of the bin with an N within its sin. There's no reason for that to be there if that was the case, so I don't think that's right. The sum of my sin as it is penned is a number within the room we are in. The hubris to say that you're the bin you deserve to be in, the bin you go in, has something to do with this room. No, that doesn't fit either. Honestly, the dog, the swan, and the lion are the three that I'm like fit in hubris the best, I think. The monkey fits, but there's nothing about the sign that it's holding up that tells me it's hubristic. It's just saying I tend to wind up there, you know? Like, I don't try to, it just happens. I don't deserve to be there. But also that could be the thing. I deserve not to be there, so hubris. If we're going for the mundanity, the characteristics of being mundane, being ordinary. The thing is, if this is on the end, the other one is mundanity. We're gonna keep the dog here just because I feel like it fits best. Envy. Who is envious? The definition of envy is a feeling of discontent and resentment aroused in conjunction with the desire for the possessions or qualities of another. The one that jumps out to me here is the elephant. Because chagrin is defined as a keen feeling of unease or annoyance, embarrassment caused by failure, disappointment, or a disconcerting event. Or the second one is vexation / mortification. So you're like vexed, or in other words, annoyed. That doesn't necessarily... You're not envious necessarily of the fact that your neighbor's is squished, you know? You don't desire for yours to be squished. I'll say hubris and lust aren't even squished. That's the thing. The other one that I'm thinking of maybe for envious is the rabbit, just because it also mentions the neighbor. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. You're envious of the other letters that are on the bins? We'll go with that for now, just because there's not really another good one for envy, I don't. Because you want to be first, but you're not like resenting anyone for them going first, you know? You don't want necessarily what the other people have. except for the letter N. And there is an N in envy. And also... But the thing is, mundanity is also kind of... According to this definition of mundanity, it means worldliness, which is also covetous. There's an N in mundanity. So you could be there instead. Lust is intense sexual desire or an overwhelming desire or craving. Which is also kind of similar to gluttony, honestly. You really want to be next to the fin. You intensely want to be next to the fin. You really desire to be next to the fin. So much next to the fin, so much so that you're willing to threaten me into putting you there. I'm gonna switch the lion and the rabbit. We're gonna put the lion in envy, and then put the rabbit in lust. Because just those two are so similar, and they feel like the lion could go in either and the rabbit could go in either. But, well, the lion would have to be in an N, so NB, you know? But no, we'll go with that. Just because I don't think any of these other ones really fit with lust, except for maybe this one. But both the rabbit and the lion fit better in lust than this one does. Wrath. You're not mad at all. You're not mad at all. You're not mad at all. You're a little bit mad. And gluttony is... Yeah. Gluttony is squished. We can put you in wrath. Because you're annoyed. But that means you fit better in envy now. Because you want to be next to the fin so bad. Oh, gluttony is near the bend in the tail of the skin. Excess in eating or drinking. None of these really fit that. The only thing is that this one... Gluttony is 8 letters. There's an 8 in this room. I can't see any others. We'll just leave gluttony blank for now, honestly. Sloth. The bear is the only one I can think of. Except this one is also kind of a little like, I just tend to end up in a place I don't try to do that, you know? But it's not like you're purposefully being lazy. It's just like somebody puts you there. Whereas you're like, hey, let's go be lazy, you know? So, okay, yeah, bear and sloth. Avarice. Immoderate desire for wealth. I mean, maybe this one? Because, like, maybe you want the fact that maybe you want 8 letters in your thing, but you really only have 7. But that would be a lie on that. And that, are these supposed to be like typed on like red and blue? Are some of these lies? And then mundanity is being ordinary. Or worldliness being covetous, really wanting something, I guess. Which is just envy again. I'll put you there. It's just that, it's near the bend and the tail of the skin. It's just that now the monkey doesn't fit. It feels like the monkey has to be in one of the first 3. But it's not being hubristic, it's not being envious, it's not being lusty, it's not angry, it's not gluttonous. It arguably is lazy. It's not like it doesn't have an immoderate desire to be next to it. It's just kind of ordinary. So it does fit in mundanity, but then it would be lying. It wouldn't tend to end up near the... I guess we could switch it, whatever. Unless there's another, like, tail of the skin, it isn't talking about this. Technically speaking, all these are near the bend in the tail of the skin. Oops. Nope, about which one? Sorry, I don't know when you sent that. I have not been looking at my other monitor. Or, well, I have, but for definitions, so it's kind of... Your chat message was covered up. Also, thank you for subscribing, by the way. I didn't say that. I saw that before I started stream. Was ages ago? Okay. Sorry. But yeah, thank you for subscribing. Okay, last time I did one of these puzzles, I spent like 45 minutes on it. I think for now, instead of doing that, I'm gonna take a break for a moment. After I put these most obvious ones where I think they go. And then after that, I have no clue. This monkey one and the rabbit one are the particularly confusing ones, just because I don't know what a letter and its twin appear on each bit means, and this one just feels mundane, but it's also, it would be lying, because it would tend to end up in the opposite end. Near the bend in the tail of the skin. This is the skin. This is the bend in the tail of it. Also, avarice and envy is very close, are very close to each other, based on the definitions at least. Avarice is an immoderate desire for wealth. Envy is a feeling of discontent or resentment aroused by or in conjunction with the desire for passions. So you're annoyed. Envy has like, you're also annoyed by the neighbor stuffs. Maybe this one's a lie, and this one's less. There's no N in that one, possibly. I don't know. We'll just put these here for now, and then come back to this room later. Because I still want to do the classroom stuff, so we're gonna, yeah, take a break and come back to this later. So that was a lucky guess. I don't really need food, so we'll do den. Thank you for the key. Classroom. Ooh. Here we go. Final exam. Please take a seat. Should I do this now? 8 years certainly flew by. Reddington Elementary graduation. Ooh, do I want to do this now? I just spent ages on the Is it an open notebook test? I just spent ages on the other one. Do I want to sit down and take ages on this? Or I'll go explore a little bit more first and then come back. Just because I think I need a little break from brain stuffs. We'll do dining room, sure. I'm spending a bunch of steps anyway. What room? Trophy room? I don't think I'm gonna get the trophy room, honestly. But I will take those in a little bit. Thank you for the die. We'll do workshop. I don't know, in case I want to combine anything later. Right. Yeah, I'll just eat this now, because I'm not gonna get the trophy room, so. Stuffed wild quail. Okie dokie. Go this one. Fancy dinner. It was a fancy dinner, yeah. I just had an egg sandwich before I started the stream, so nowhere near as fancy for me, but for some reason quails feel like they're endangered to me. I don't know why, so it feels wrong to eat them. Rumpus room. Heck yeah. Hi, Alzara. Can you give me a hint for the roommate puzzle, because I'm bad at it?
And as it was foretold, I am awakened for one last time.
Oh, okay.
By the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to impart to you one final vision.
Yep.
I see cavern walls of stone. A hollow lit by a sea of 1,000 burning stars. I see a treasure buried beneath the cliff rocks. A black mirror hidden among the memories of the falling sands. And within the black mirror, I see a figure. A figure standing in sullen snow. All of what I have told you, my young Baron, I wish you to now know. Until we meet again some distant day, I will have nothing more to say.
Thank you. That was the most cryptic I think he's ever been. I have no clue what any of that meant. I'm gonna be honest. Most other things he said, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I got an idea of what you mean, but nope, not that one. Hi, doggos. I needed a break from the room 8, so I came to pet you guys. Also, now that I've seen this, I'm gonna... How many letters down is that? 1, 2, 3, it's the 4th one. Okay. C-A... 2, 3, okay, so it's at the bottom. It's good to know. So the last word is E-T something. Probably a C. I don't have a shovel. Okay. No, we need to re-roll. Or I say need to. Okay, well, whatever. Okay. I wonder what happens if I... It might just not let me insert a coin into Alzara if I, get the rumpus room again. Or he might just, like, repeat the previous things he said. We're going to do the spare bedroom. I think we'll do the pool, because I think the water level is lower, yeah. Plus, I'm probably not going to spread anything with the conference for the conference room anyway, so. Well, I didn't think I was going to get the trophy room. And I guess I won't. I didn't think I was going to get any more, Oh, there's a lot of stuff here, okay. I didn't think I was going to get enough gems to get the trophy room. But it's fine, I don't really need those steps. I have over 100, so... We will do the commissary. Just because. Thank you for the shovel. Actually, give me the magnifying glass too. Sure. That's 2, 3. Oh, well. Well. If I have the magnifying glass, can I, like, zoom in on you guys? No. Okay. It's like maybe I can zoom in and it's going to be, like, slightly red or slightly blue, so I'll know if something's wrong. Well, I guess we'll take the final test. See how that goes. Oh, I have 30 minutes. Oh, no. Mount Holly Elementary Final Exam Instructions. Your exam has begun. You will now have 30 minutes to complete the next 18 pages of questions related to the curriculum covered over the previous 8 grades. If you do not know the answers to the questions, skip it and come back later. This is an open book exam. Okay, sick. Good. And you may use your notes and may retrieve information from the other rooms to help you as long as you complete the test within 30 minutes. Okay, sick. I'm just probably going to use my screenshots. After you have completed your exam, it will be graded remotely, and results will be sent to you the following day. Sam left his house at 6 a.m. and drove 3 hours north and passed 8 flags. If he turned northwest at Tanner Fork and drove another 3 hours and passed 4 additional flags of the same color, arriving at Trinsdale at noon, what color were the flags? What? That's okay. You're in the place with Tanner Fork, which means you're in not Orinda Aries, Fen Aries, which means the flags would be red. In the scenario above, where does Sam live? Arch Aries? The grand city of Fen, I think, right? I should have double checked that before I clicked on that. Okay. It is the grand city of Fen, though, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, Arch Aries is above, I think. What color is most often associated with hallways? Orange. Which of the following would be the least patriotic room pairing? A chapel in Fen Aries, a shop in Arch Aries, a greenhouse in Carrarica, a bedroom in Araja. Chapel in Fen Aries, no, because chapels are red, Fen Aries is red. A shop in Arch Aries. I don't know Arch Aries color yet. Shops are gold, though. A greenhouse in Korarika. I don't know about that one. In a bedroom in Araja. Araja is purple, isn't it? Yeah, Araja's purple. Okay, so A, it's not A and D, it's either B or C. So, okay. What color is the fruit that gives you +3 steps when consumed? It's an apple. Right. No, does apple give you +2? Is banana +3? In which case, yellow? Oranges give you +5. Apples give you +2. Bananas give you +3, so we're saying yellow. Solve the following problem. 5 minus 5 is 0, times 2 is still 0. 5 times 2, 10. 12 times 2 is 24. 3, 15, 16... No, 16 minus 5, sorry, is 11. 1, even though it looks like it... Actually, would that be 1 or would that be 10? Is that a 1 and a 0 or a 10? There's no 0 in dartboards, actually. So it's a 10. So 40 divided by 5 is 8. minus 4 is 4. I need to ace this for the trophy, I just realized, so I better be careful. 1 minus 4 is -3 times 2 is -9 plus 7. Or no, times 2, sorry, is -6. Plus 7 would be 1. 3 minus 4, -1 times 8, -8 divided by 2, -4 plus 5 is 1 again. What is the element on the periodic table? Which element on the periodic table is represented by the symbol C? Carbon, I think. I don't know the elemental table. This one I might actually have to go back and check. Do I have the lab, or will I have to go back into a previous classroom? Which classroom is it? Actually. Because I don't have the lab. Let me check my screenshots once to see if I know the science one. We have the colors, geography, history, language. Okay, I don't have any screenshots of the lab room. I think C is carbon, though. Am I not? Is that wrong? It's not copper. Calcium is... No, potassium is K. Okay, which classrooms can I get to? These two, and then I have to go through the foundation. We'll go for it, whatever. I'm not gonna look it up. Might as well, like, stay in game. Because that just feels more right, honestly. Okay, grade 8 is language, grade 7 is math. Grade 6, we will figure out in a little bit. I'm gonna take a screenshot of the elemental table, by the way. I know I could just look it up, but that feels too not in-game to do. So technically I guess a screenshot's not in-game, but Simon can have a phone. That's fine. It's a good thing I have plenty of steps. Jeez. Oh, where did these come from? Thank you. Okay, grade 2 is math again. Open. Okay. Okay, grade 3 is science. Let me take a look at this. Windows, print screen. Okay, thank you. Wait, actually. Does it tell me? It doesn't tell me the name. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon. It's carbon. Go back. Okay. I'm going to open up this screenshot and put it on my second monitor. Okay. What's that's calcium? Is it boron calcium? Cl is chlorine, though. Copper is CO. I'm pretty sure it's carbon. Because carbon's a pretty basic element. Calcium? Oh, we're going... I'll leave it blank for now just because I don't fully trust myself. What element appears in the periodic table directly below helium? Ne. Which of the following is not a real element found on the periodic table? Mt, I'm pretty sure. Y is right there. Li is lithium. Or is that LL? HO is... MT does exist. Okay. Cool. Where's HO? Does HO not exist? No, HO is right there. And Y is right there. Okay, it's this one. Which element on the periodic table is represented by the symbol Ag? That would be... Silver? Silver. Which element could not be used in the spelling... Could not be used in the spelling of the word clues? Okay, carbon is C then. No, because chlorine is Cl. We could just use that. Radon is Rn, right? Carbon could be used. Uranium is... we're going to leave that blank for now. How many elements are there in the top row of the periodic table? 2. The city of Fen Aries is south of which small body of water? Ooh, I have a picture of this one actually. Let me real quick. Okay, where's the... I have the sightseer's guide. Give me the map, please. Thank you. The city of Fen is south of which small body of water? Trinsdale Lake? I think. How many cities in Fen Aries are larger than Reddington? I don't know. Which of the following realms is not near Fen Aries? Arch Aries is above, Araja is below. I don't know about Nuance or Kararka, so Arch Aries is this one. Which realm is directly north of Araja? Fen Aries. Where are you right now as you take this exam? Mount Holly, Reddington, Fen Aries. We are Mount Holly. Reddington is the city name in Fen. Yeah. 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 Which two pieces of art would be the best paired to depict the letter B? Birch tree, oak tree? No. Hay bale, mug bale? No. Birds, bookstore? No. Wings, honey? I don't know. Which of the following pieces of art was not displayed in the grade 5 classroom? Oh, no. Flan was. Bride was. It might have been Pry or Jungle. It's one of those two. I'll go back and check later. Which of the following pieces of art is not displayed at Mount Holly's entrance hall? Face Ace is Trinsdale and Realize. All I know is Face and Ace for them. you find the difference? The letter B one? For this one? Or for this one? Or for this? Oh, the reference, it's a missing letter reference, like the paintings. Yeah, no, I know, but it's like, neither of these have B, but it's not like a missing letter thing. Birch tree and oak tree. The thing I'm saying no about those is like birch and oak have loads of missing letters. Oh, hey, bale and mug of ale. Bale and ale. Gotcha. Can I find the difference? Did I ever learn your name? Was it just Arinda? I can't find the difference for that one, no. Who was the first crowned ruler of Fen Ares? Good question. I have some papers that I think this was a question on. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? History? There we go. First crowned ruler of Fen Ares was General Teskin. In which era were the railways of Fen Ares destroyed? This one requires the book. The War of the Fifth Area lasted 22 years and saw buried one of 3 men, Prince Learsum himself had another. The black flags were flown. 5 eras were burned. Let me just pull up the... Okay, second era is that one, third era is that one, fourth era is that one, fifth era is that one. Okay, so it would have been the 5th era. Or the 6th era? The distance between our peoples has grown, our connection to this land retains of the spruce and birch and stuff. Or would it have been the 3rd? Let me go back to the 3rd era. The 3rd era was defined by the construction of a vast network of railways. So they wouldn't have been destroyed in that era. The 3 realms further strengthened their bond and laying the foundation on this promise of a prosperous, bright future, a promise that would unfortunately readers will soon find not be kept. So it's after the 3rd era, so it has to be the 6th era. Because a Jera is not an era, that's a place. How long did the War of the 5th era last? 22 years. The entire 5th era? Thank you. Nope, next page. What was the first capital of Fen Ares? Oris. Right? Or was Oris the entire region? Most historians mark the beginning of the first era, often denoted by Ajera, by the ascension of the first king of Orindia, whose name Oris would later grace the burgeoning township. Yeah, okay, that's Oris. Which realm gifted Fen Ares a dirigible to headway their victory parade? Oh, I don't know this one. It's Nuance, I think, from the I have this actually written down, I think, don't I? Yeah, it would have been Nuance. Okay. The deciding battle of the War of the 5th Era was fought on the southern shore near what famous landmark? The Gardens of Fen? Once the center of splendor were transformed into a battlefield as the cries of the innocent stained the city in red. Where are the Gardens of Fen? I don't know. We'll skip it. Square root of 6. Square root? Is that what that one was? I figured this out. What was it? Or was this the flip one? Or no, you multiply it by itself. So 36. Negative 3 times negative 3 is 9. Minus 3 is 6. 12 flipped is 21. 11 with 3 rounded to the nearest whole number, right? Which would be 3. 11 divided by 3 is 3 point something. I'm pulling up a calculator. 3.6. Okay. Round to the nearest one would be 4. 4 times 4 is 16 plus 5, 21 times 2, 42 minus 1 is 41. Flip it around 14. 5 divided by 2, 2.5 times 3 is 7.5. Round to the nearest 10 is 10. I think you round up there. Minus 1 is 9 times 6 is 54 times 100, 540. Round to the nearest 100. That's not right. Or no, plus 100, sorry. 54 plus 100 would be 154. Round to the nearest 100 would be 200. What is the Eurasian word for house? Click, 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 click. I went too far. Give me the frickin', that's history, not class. Library. Lots of clicking, House is who? You. Yeah. What does Nevyat mean in Eurasian? Nevyat. Yacht is gate, so it would be new gate, because Nev is new. Yeah, new gate. Nevyite. The phrase Trevenol can be translated in several different ways. Which of the following is not an acceptable translation of the phrase? Ven is the end of Trey is tree, end of tree. LN is a lack of myself. The old tree is not owned by me. I don't think it has anything to do with the tree trunk. Yeah, no, it doesn't have anything to do with the tree trunk. How would you say the following phrase in Eurasian? You have a very, very long name. Large is am. Is that right? How do you say name? Nai Dao, maybe. Nai means, what does Nai mean? Nai means night. It wouldn't be that. Lorlu Radao. Dao is day. Urajaram. Day tree last. Urajaram. I don't know. How would you tell on Eurasian? Count me in. Irajanai means night. Count me out, I mean, sorry. El count vo. El count vo away. It would be that one. Mount Holly was in or at Is. Oh, frick. This better not be trigonometry. Using the point provided aroused in terms 4 cardinal directions above, what would the clearest way you could give directions to point somebody at point A to get them to point B? In at Is. It's not going to be that. That's too simple. Et Trey. Ajin et Trey Isja Trevo. First, north, east, toward tree, south, last, Trevo. I think this one, because it's saying go north first, then east, but that's not telling them when to turn east is the thing. But it just says toward the tree, so I guess that counts. Ma is small. Go small. Go north a little bit. Go east a lot. At the small tree. Et is. Ma or. No, okay, that way. In ancient Arabia, the number 8 was considered by Russian scholars to be mathematically near perfect, though many of this specular sphere held that only this advanced form of 8 was worthy of numerical perfection. It's probably the sideways one, right? How do you do the 8 times 8 is 64 times 8 again is the big number. 8 rounded to the nearest 10, then flipped around is 1. It wouldn't be that one. 64 rounded to the nearest 10 would be 60. I don't see why it would be that. 64. And then flip it around, 46. I have no clue for this one, actually. Okay. I don't have time to go back to the classroom to check that one picture. So we're just gonna guess these. Greenhouse and Karakia. Is Karakia green? Which one's green? One of them is green. Nuance is green, so probably that one. Right? We're going for it. I'm probably not acing this anyway, so. Carbon. Uranium is just a U, is it not? Radon? What's radon, Dylan? Chlorine is Cl, carbon is C, uranium is U. We're going to radon. It's probably just R. It's probably not, but whatever. How many cities in Fen Aries are larger than Reddington? Would that be in the history? This probably can't be many, because Reddington's decently big, right? Third largest city is Reddington. Okay, so 2. Which of the following is not near Fen Aries? Probably Nuance. I don't see why Nuance. 2 minutes left, just guess. Yeah, I'm gonna say Karakia. It feels further away. Which of the following piece of art was not in the... I think it was Jungle. I think it was Realize, right? Because I'm pretty sure I saw that for the first time in the gallery. So it would probably be Trinsdale is also displayed, so. Orinda, Oris, What the frickin' do the letters mean? Is it A because it's B, or is it B because it's the B? We're going M, whatever. South Shore's near... Probably near the Royal Museum, I guess. Very, very long name. Night Day. Lorlu. What does Lu mean? Does one of these mean long? I don't know. Whatever. We'll just say this one. Is that it? Time's up. Something tells me I didn't ace it. I feel like I would have got a trophy. Oh wait, no, they would tell me tomorrow. Well, if I failed it, it wouldn't be the first test I've ever failed, so, you know. Well, I don't think I failed it, but I definitely didn't ace it, probably. Now I know what to expect, though, so next time I go there, I can study. And now we're back here, and I have no idea. I'm just gonna assume that the rest of these are in the right place. Places. And that these last three just have to be mixed around. So, we're gonna put lion in mundanity. We're gonna put monkey in envy. And we're gonna put you in lust because you're a rabbit. That did nothing. Okay, we're gonna switch you guys around then. See if that does anything. No. Okay. In that case, we're gonna put the lion in envy. The monkey... Actually, the monkey can stay in lust right now. You're gonna go in mundanity. No. Okay. Means we're switching you two around. No. Okay. Lion... Those are the only... Okay. Maybe this is lying then, and it just wants an N a lot, but that would also be envy, so... Okay, no. So... In that case... Something else here is wrong. I'm confident about hubris, gluttony, and sloth. I was fairly confident about wrath and you, but apparently that doesn't make sense. So instead we're going to say your wrath because gluttony is also squished a little bit and you're vexed by it. You really want to be put next to envy, but you're not necessarily saying that you covet it from anybody, so we'll put you in lust. You just tend to end up here. No. Okay. The dog really wants to be near the end, but it isn't typically. Probably, maybe. Monkey is near the end, so we'll put you in hubris. Um, I recommend you think again. If you recommend, because you really, really want to be near the fin. It's something that you're greedy about. So avarice. You recommend, I think, again, but oh well. Wrath again. With an N, so mundanity. Then lust for some reason. I'm so good at puzzles. Like, wow. Incredible. Okay, you envy this. The fin. Yep. I should probably be doing this actually in like a better order. I'm gonna keep those two there because I'm super confident about them. Okay, what's the most ordered way I can test this and just like randomize it? We'll put the dog there. We'll just assume you're a rat. You don't fit in... I guess I can put you in Monday. You need an N, so we'll put you in NV. Let's try this. No. Can we get the classroom music back? Because it seems so quiet now. That's not right. What if we put you in another N area? We'll put you in mundanity. First put me there. My thing's pretty mundane. I'm just in an N. You envy the fact that... No, neither of those are squished. You're annoyed at your neighbor for how much they are eating. Do you really want the fin? No. So you can concentrate. Yeah. The music would help a bunch. The ticking clock in the background. Okay. We are going to put you in N because you don't really have anything other than that. Begin with you as an N within its name. You're pretty normal, pretty mundane. You literally are the most mundane, though, is the thing. But you don't envy any of your neighbor's stuff. I guess you envy the letter N. But you need to be near the bend of the tail. The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. You also have a tail, it's the thing. It's possible that one's not actually 8. I'm gonna be honest, I expected something to happen. I don't know why. I don't know why I expected something to happen when I put that there. Because I'm just randomly placing these. So odds are nothing will happen. But for some reason, my brain was fully expecting to get it. If you spend a minute under 10 lounging in the den, you'll know it's been I'm up in it. Does anything else fit Sloth at all? Maybe you, or like, how you just tend to wind up there, but also that's nowhere near the bend in the skin. You had most in the correct spots? I would hope so. Because I've tried this so many times, at some point there must have been most of them in the correct spots. Does it say this one? And it's sin. It says appear on each bin. Is there like a secret letter somewhere, or is it specifically talking about like the letters for the sins? The thing is, that makes it seem like you're probably in. Okay, let me read this again. Sorry. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. A letter and its twin appear on each. The way that I read that is like, whatever I put this on, there's like every single box has all of those letters on it, but that doesn't make any sense. Because all of these have at least one letter that doesn't appear on any of them. Y appears on two things, sloth appears on two things, I is in hubris, N is in gluttony. A is in avarice, D is in none of the other ones. So it's D for mundanity. Avarice, nothing else has a... Nothing else has a C. Sloth. Nothing else has an O. Gluttony. Nothing else has a G. Wrath. Nothing else has a W. The only one is lust, has a letter on everything. There's an L in lust, there's an L in gluttony, U in lust, U in gluttony and mundanity, and hubris, S in hubris and sloth, and T in wrath, gluttony, sloth, and mundanity. So do all the letters in envy appear? No, because there's no V in anything. Oh wait, no, there's a V in avarice. Envy. Also N, V, and Y. I guess a letter and its twin appear on each bit. Say you're less than. Twinning with envy. We'll put you back in gluttony. You, to be near the tail, have to be envy. The only other N for you is mundanity. You're giving off wrath. And you're avarice. Hmm. I think I've ruminated on this plenty. I've thought about this a lot and still have genuinely a lot of confusion. Afternoon, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream. Feel free to watch me struggle on this puzzle. I hope you enjoy, though I will probably be quiet because I'm thinking a lot, so. I share a trend with my neighbor Sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. I don't understand the twin part. I will let you know if I want any hints, but at the moment I think I'm good. I feel like the twin part specifically of the rabbit is more confusing to me. Like, now that I know that both Envy and Lust have their letters appear on everything, whereas every other one is missing a letter. Hubris has a B that none others have. W only appears there. G only appears there. O, C, and... So these two, their letters appear in every other word. So you probably go in Lust or Envy. The word twin, though, is a little... I don't know exactly. I might be thinking about the words too much. That doesn't tell me if you're in Lust or Envy, though, is the thing. Share a trend with my neighbor's Sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. It doesn't give me Envy vibes, though, because it doesn't, like, really... It's not saying it wants anything, you know? The bin I tend to wind up in is near the bend in the tail of the skin. It doesn't really feel like anything. But it's gotta be in one of these four. You won't find my bin in between Sin, for I deserve to be in a bin down on the end. Feels very arrogant to me. It's not necessarily envious. It is kind of envious, because it's like, I really want it, I deserve it, kind of thing. But the deserve is very arrogant, which feels hubristic. But I guess I could try putting the dog in envy, see if anything changes there, in which case... What if the swan is hubris? Even though it feels very wrath, you know? You're still kind of close. No, you're not that close, though. Okay, I'm confident about gluttony and sloth. Avarice makes sense. It's a small spoiler, but I recommend you check it out. Check what out. Gluttony and sloth make sense. Yours being avarice doesn't make too much sense to me, but the fact that you're next to mundanity, which has a bunch of squished letters, makes sense. To your chagrin means you're vexed about it. Which means you're angry, so maybe in wrath. But where would you go then? Because you need to be close to the fin. Probably, unless you want it more because you're greedy because of avarice. Because gluttony is also kind of squished, so. The thing is, I've tried this orientation of all of them like a billion times, I feel like. Yeah. The sum of my sin, as it is penned, is a number within the Rumi art. How many letters are in it? 6, 4, 4, 5, 8, 5, 7, 9. There's an 8. So. So we're going 8. Sloth is just laziness, basically. And the bear wants to just laze around in the den. Which I just realized is also kind of a pun. Not a pun, really, but like a bear probably lives in a den, like it hibernates in a den, so. Do the animals matter at all? Like, does it depend on any of the animals? Or are they just there for fun? Because a penguin doesn't feel that gluttonous, I'm going to be honest. If this is a penguin. Yeah, no, that's definitely a penguin. Okay, I will ask for one hint. How many of these do I have in the right location? I have the dog in hubris, the monkey in envy, the rabbit in lust, the elephant in wrath, the penguin in gluttony, the bear in sloth, the swan in avarice, and the lion in mundanity. Only 3 of them are in the correct location. Okay. I'm way off then. Holy cow. I'm confident about these 2. I'm pretty confident about the dog, though. Which means that literally everything else is wrong. Is there any... If the dog is wrong, what other one would be correct, is the thing. Possibly the lion? Place me within a bin with an N within its sin.
Oh, oops. Step back. Okay, how about now? I just want to confirm these are the 3 that I have correct. 2? Oh, okay. Which one's wrong? The bear is definitely correct. The penguin feels too easy. And the hog... Okay, we're gonna switch the dog to here. And monkey here, so it's next to this. Because the dog is envious of being on the end, maybe? Unless the dog actually does go on the end and it just goes in mundane. Because the lion would have to go in envy, because it's the only other N. You're... gonna wait. Rabbit and less, because it feels like it has to be one of these two. That doesn't work, because if the elephant goes in wrath and the swan goes in avarice, that would mean I'd had 4 before. Not just 2. Or not just 3. But it could be the rabbit. Maybe these are backwards. Is there a 7 deadly sin that means lying? Is the monkey lying? Seems mean. As the game to go here, have a logic puzzle with lies. Yeah. It makes me think that maybe the penguin is lying. Maybe the dog was right. Maybe the dog was in the right place. So some of these, I'm going to imagine that some of these are written on blue papers and other ones are written on red ones. Which means this one I feel like it has to be a lie. So we're saying those 2 are blue. The penguin's probably also... Or no, the penguin's probably red. You're red. What if half of these are red? I don't know. Because they are all typed on memos. Stone memos. I don't know. This one would be true if it went here. To my chagrin, the neighbor's sin is written thin to fit all in. If that was a lie... You'd be mad about the opposite? That doesn't make much sense, though. I feel like this one's probably true. And that really feels like it would be there. So what if the dog, sloth, and elephant were correct and everything else was... No, the elephant was in wrath. That doesn't make any sense. We'll say the dog, rabbit, and bear are in the right places. The lion would... Lions are typically wrath, though, is the thing. So what if... I recommend you think again if I am ever in a bent far from the fin. It doesn't make sense for being gluttony anyway. Okay, in the configuration I had before, this one, only 2 of these are correct. Which is crazy, because since the beginning I've been very confident about the location of these 3. What is the other correct one? I had the elephant in wrath, the swan in avarice, the lion in mundanity, the rabbit in lust, and the monkey in envy. Which one of those ones would be correct? The one that feels most right to me, personally, is the rabbit. What does "and its twin" mean? Also, how do you put whiskers on it? Stone carving. That's kind of crazy. Assuming you read it this way, then the rabbit would have to be here if it does go in either envy or lust. Because you check this one's letter first and then this one's letters. The letter "and its twin", though. What does "and its twin" mean? Not yet. Don't explain the rabbit yet. Okay, maybe this one's... Maybe those 2. The penguin and the bear are true. And the dog one is lying. Because it feels like it deserves to be on the end. But it really doesn't, because its sin is avarice, because it's greedy and thinks it deserves its place there. In which case we can place the monkey near the tail. I'm gonna put this one in wrath just because. The thing is, now the elephant doesn't really feel like it fits anywhere, unless we can say that avarice is ever so slightly squished, I guess. No. Okay. I'm going to ask for one more hint, but I want to set it up first. So I want to try to set it up in a way where I'll get as much information from that one last hint as possible. Which is might not be a good idea, but we're going to do it. I'm going to remove sloth because I'm very confident about that. I'm going to keep gluttony there. I'm going to put the dog here. Hmm. Okay, yeah, I think this is good. How many of these are correct? Two. Okay. One second. Let me write down the order that I had them in before. Sorry, I'm writing this all down. I just am taking a moment. Okay, so the best place to start is the 2 correct when I had the dog at hubris, the penguin at gluttony, and the bear at sloth. So I'm going to set it up like that real quick. So... Okay, so there were 2 correct here. The 2 I'm most confident about here are sloth and between gluttony and hubris, honestly, probably hubris, but I'm not sure. Hubris. When I removed the dog and switched it with the monkey. Now I'm thinking of this like a numbers thing, like a instead of like reading what they say, like think about the math, which ones have to be true, which ones have to be false. Okay, so I'm going to assume that in all of these, the penguin was wrong, just because I'm going to be able to cancel stuff out that way, I feel like. Which means the dog and the bear were in the right places, hubris and sloth. Which means that the hubris monkey would be wrong, which means the wrath swan and elephant would be correct. Which would mean they'd be wrong in the first one. That doesn't tell me anything. About the lion. Is the lion lying? Why is the lion lying? Does that make sense? Because it's a lion. The rat, it's not lying. I was about to say the rabbit is not. Okay, the fact that the lion says to do it first. Means that I should put it in the one that... Should put it in the one that narrows down, which feels like envy because it feels like most things could go on mundanity. Why does the monkey end up in the bin near the bend of the tail in this skin? Is it because it's envious of where the dog is? Because I am assuming the dog isn't. Two of these are wrong, though. Or no, one of these is wrong. Two of these are right. I haven't even considered if the bear is wrong, but it doesn't really feel like it would go anywhere else, is the thing. The lion is lying. The lion is lying. True. True. When I had it with this setup earlier, with the other ones filled in, there were 3 correct. That doesn't mean the monkey was the correct one, though. Boy, do I feel really good at this game right now. um... I know that my brain needs to think of something else, but it keeps on getting stuck in a loop where it's just like, no, I know that, you know, this one and this one have to be right or whatever. And because of that, it keeps on backing myself into a corner, which means that I need to think of something new. I'll let you explain the rabbit to me now, because I don't know what this means. So it's not helping. I think it's just adding confusion. So if you're still willing, I will take the rabbit explanation. Because the only thing I've thought of that's different than the way that I've interpreted it so far is like maybe it's talking about like the writing on these, but that's not on the bin like it says. Because it says, I share a trend with my neighbor's sin, a letter and its twin appear on each bin. But that would be the sin, which is written on the box, and it says on the bin. And I have no clue what twin means in this case. Letter twin. It's looking for two of the same on its bin and the one next to it. So like it and the box next to it have like a similar, like one letter that's the same. Is that what you mean? Two of the same on its bin and the one next to it. A letter and its twin here on each bin. For the two. Okay. So it wouldn't be NB or lust then. So the rabbit was wrong. Or I guess it could be less technically because the T, but probably not. Wouldn't be hubris. I share a trend with my neighbor's sin. A letter and its twin appear on each bin. So would this be gluttony then? Because there's a T on both sloth and rat. The clue on the rabbit means that it's looking for two of the same on its bin and the one next to it. I.e. two pairs. So like the TO and gluttony go, or wait, that sounds... Two pairs of letters on its bin and the one next to it. I'm gonna be honest, I'm still confused. That's puzzle games though. Two pairs, not four of a kind. Okay. exactly what the rabbit says real quick, just because I keep on getting confused. And it's going to appear on each bin. 2 of the same on its bin and the one next to it. So were you saying, like, since glutton and sloth both have L's and 2 T's and 2 O's and stuff, it would be like one of those two, or? No? Okay. No, I've gotten so many hints, so I can't really ask for more, but I just keep on getting more confused. That's the thing. How long of this stream have I stood in this room? Because it feels like ages. Feels like a long time. Long time with no progress. You watch someone struggle with the gallery for 3+ months? Okay. Honestly, I probably would have struggled with the gallery for 3+ months if it wasn't for Orenishi helping me a bunch yesterday. Because apparently these kinds of puzzles aren't my thing. Why is there a... Oh, that's a trophy. You got a trophy for solving this room. So. Because pictures and word puzzles aren't exactly my thing. Typically, it seems. Honestly, I might need to come back to this later, because I feel like I've spent too long staring at these bins not doing anything, so gotta mix it up a little. I had to look up some synonyms for gallery. I had not heard the longest word before the game. Yeah. No, that's fair. Honestly, I hadn't heard word that word in a long time either. Like I said when we finally figured it out, I was like, I don't think I've ever spoken that word in my life. So I fully understand. It is a very old word, yeah. A native English speaker? Sorry, I was writing stuff down. That's cool. Honestly. Being able to learn multiple languages is sick. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna throw these down, see if anything happens. Probably not. I'm gonna assume the dog was wrong. So we're putting it on mundane. So you're correct. We're gonna see if anything happens. We're just throwing them down. You're not lying, so we'll put you on envy. You are going on lust. You can go on gluttony, even though I assumed you were wrong. Monkey is going on hubris. You're going to go on avarice. We'll put you on wrath. Anything? What? 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 What the heck? How did... What? What? I just... I just placed them down randomly. Oh my gosh. Why? Hello? What? Okay, so you're telling the truth. You were telling the truth also. You go on the end. You're an N. You're telling the truth. You really want the fin? This one's getting filled up too much. Gluttony makes sense. Those two were correct. I don't understand the rabbit still. I should have done that from the start. You're absolutely correct. AANN. Oh, so like they both have... Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. I get it now. I get it in retrospect. Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh. This is why we don't think through stuff. You just go for it. It'll work eventually. Oh, my body is shaking. Jeez. Did not expect that to happen in the slightest. So I was right about these two, at least. Okay. Well, I'm calling it a day somewhere outside of that room. We're never going back there again. Well, thank you for all the help, honestly. Couldn't have done it without you, except maybe I could have, considering I just placed them randomly and it worked, but... You helped a lot regardless, and you stuck with me through it, so, you know. The monkey was at the tail of the rug. Yeah, no, that made sense. It's just, I was so convinced that the dog was very arrogant about it being placed at the end. And I was like, that really fits with the word hubris. So I think I was probably thinking of the definitions of the words too much. Since sloth was like, the bear was like, just lays around in the den and you'll understand where I go. I think I was convinced that the rest of them were other kinds of examples of the sin that they went with. But I guess not. Except that's the thing about the monkey is that got me confused. I was like, yours doesn't represent any kind of sin is the thing. So anyway, there's that. Is there anything else I want to do? No? Okay. Call it a day. academic campus. 9 classrooms, library, and dormitory, as well as 9 classrooms and a library, apparently. Still a good day? It was a good day, yeah. 444 items found? What? 440. Did I really find that many gems and keys and stuff? Or is this glitched out? That doesn't seem right. That's weird. I don't know why that's like that. Do I want to continue or do I want to call it there? Screenshot and send it out. I forgot to screenshot it, but I'll go back in the VOD. It's fine. That's weird though. I don't know why that did. We'll do one more day, I guess. Try to get the drafting room and unlock that one room that I haven't got yet. But yeah. Also see if I got the trophy for the classrooms. Probably not, but it'd be funny if I did. Oh? Exam results. Something tells me that since there's not a trophy, I did bad. Oh, I did pretty not half bad, honestly. The Erosion was decent. Another house to draft, a never-ending quest. Yeah, the color was fairly easy. Math was easy. Science, I'm glad I got carbon correct. Geography makes sense. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to go back in the VOD and see what I answered, though, to understand exactly what I got wrong. Algebra was wrong? Which algebra thing did I get wrong? I don't know. A B's not terrible, though, so I will take it. I'm, like, 100% confident that one of the geography questions I got wrong was, like, find the difference between the statue and all of Orindia, and I was like, I don't know. Was the answer B? It was an I? Is the like, angel's name, is that Orinda? So the difference would be I, because all 3 of those together would be Orindia? Maybe? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Oh. That one's done. I also have more dartboard puzzles to do. Okay, yeah, good to know. That makes sense. Like, thinking about it retroactive, I think I chose B, though. Like, A, which the difference was the letter B, I don't know. I'll go back and look in the VODs later. That's one great thing about streaming this. There's plenty of great things about streaming this, but one of the great things... I want to go to the shelter to see the emails. One of the great things about streaming it is, like, being able to go back and look at my footage. Because, like, if I was just going off what I remembered, this would take so much longer. Okay. Emails, we're going to read them backwards. Electronic mail, February 22nd, 1987. Yes, and don't worry, this communication method is fully secure. I am the only lab technician with network access and the only one who uses this terminal. I'm working to get you some more supplies. But I'm not focusing on essentials, as I believe there's enough food in the shelter to last for the duration. Though I think it would be wise if you can do a quick inventory to confirm that. Okay, so he's emailing the people in the bunker. February 23rd, the situation. In terms of area, there's not nearly as much room here as I remembered from my youth. If it was just me, I wouldn't mind. But with 4 of us, and the space we are going to need for planning, I don't expect this to be a suitable situation for more than a week, a fortnight at best. I passed the message on, and your uncle says he may have an idea for a more long-term solution, but it's going to require some doing. I'm not sure exactly what he has in mind, but this morning when I looked at today's blueprints, I saw he had drafted the pump room, a floor plan I haven't seen used in a very, very long time. I have a feeling that you may be taking a boat ride shortly. Okay, so this is just clues about lowering the, What are your plans for today? I want to get the, drafting studio to unlock the one last room that I haven't got yet, which is the casino, I think. do another dartboard puzzle and just, I don't know, maybe try to get more information on some of the areas that I don't have. If I can find that one stamp as well that I don't have, that would be very nice. But anyway, so far for the emails, I think it's just like giving you more hints about going to the reservoir and lowering the water level so that you can find the station. February 28th, 1987. It's finally happening. We just got confirmation from our source that the Red Guard is coming tomorrow to begin their formal inquiry into the disappearance. At this point, it's going to be too risky to move you until next week at the earliest. Just hang on tight for now. Okay, so they're searching for Mary and Marigold, for Simon's mom. I think is what the Red Guard is doing, and right now they're staying in a bunker where they will hopefully not be found. And then eventually they're getting moved to below the reservoir. I wonder what would happen if you did remove a room from the draft pool while people were in that room. I guess they'd probably just be stuck in the room until you add it back, but... Are you going to be able to remove... Am I going to be able to remove rooms from the draft pool? Eventually? Because that would be kind of neat. Though I don't know if I have to do that. Also, maybe dead ends? I don't know. We could go for dead ends today. 7 rounded to the nearest 10 is 10. 16 times 2, 32, 30, 3, 6, 10. 150, round that up to 200. Divide by 10 is 20, divide by 10 again is 2. Yeah. Yeah, we could go for dead ends, honestly. See if we can get that trophy. In which case, we'll do the passageway here. Because that could lead into some dead ends. Do security as well. And then before I mess with the computer, give me the utility closet. We'll do furnace. Even though that's basically useless. Ooh, there's a shovel in here? Even though that's basically useless at its location. Even if I get the freezer, I think it's not particularly close, so I don't know if that would do anything. I didn't know a shovel could spawn in the furnace room, though. That's pretty cool. Since we can go up through the passageway, I'm going to do a nursery for steps. And also because it's a dead end. That is another dead end, but I might want to keep this one open. So I think we'll do the spare bedroom also for steps. Getting those dice will be helpful. And also, we can still go out this way, so. Another bedroom? Put a bunch of bedrooms right next to each other? Sure, why not? And then I can also go up and around, so that doesn't matter too. I still have plenty of room. We're going with the bunk room. See what happens. Probably nothing, but... We'll do the den here, just because it connects to the entrance hall and also gives us a way up, so... Okay. We'll go to the left, or right, I mean. Is that Trinsdale? That's the picture. Hallway here is not bad. Okay. More dice is always good for trying to get dead ends. I will do the locksmith, actually. That seems like a great idea. Dang. It's like, should I just keep on buying keys? And then, yeah, I just did. So many reels. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I could do a dead end here and hope that I go up over with the den. But also, if I'm gonna have a dead end, I'd rather have it be something that's at least slightly useful. So we'll do the office instead so that I can spread money later. In case I need to. I don't really want it to be a dead end that's not actually a dead end, so I'm going to do the commissary. I can't buy anything, though. But I might be able to later after I spread money, so... yeah, sure. Oh, that's going to help with actually picking up the money, too. But before I do that, I'm going to wait until I have... more rooms, because it should spread more money. Also, maybe wait until there's the conference room too. And I want to connect to the lab so that I can do some experiments, because I forgot about that. Each time you find some trash while digging, get something for it? Yeah, actually, that... yeah. No, that just guarantees I always get something, so... sick. I don't need to check the emails on that computer, by the way, since they've always been open, so... up we go. We're gonna do the corridor. Because there's not really a reason to put the boiler room right there. Nope. We need something that isn't a dead end currently. Dining room. Yes, please. Thank you. That will help with steps as well. So. Clock tower's a dead end, so we'll go for it. Is there anything in here that I haven't done yet? I did the clock puzzle already, by the way, so... not that... oh. I'll take you. This one says sacred, and we have fourth. Fourth that is spelled wrong, I think. It should be F-O-R-T-H, I think. But yeah, no, I did do the puzzle in here for the Sanctum key already, so... it took me 45 minutes. Because, just like with the roommate puzzle, I kind of backed myself into a corner multiple times. Except at least I understood what I was doing much better in the clock puzzle room. Nail, and I got a die. We take those. Nothing, and that didn't dig up trash, so the experiment wasn't successful. Coins is not trash. Okay. We'll go this way first. Special key, honestly, since we're... Yeah, no. Should I save the special key for later? The silver key? I mean, I have a bunch of rerolls anyway, so I think I'll just use a regular one. I would like the utility closet later. And the chapel doesn't matter too much, so we'll do it. Plus there might be coins. Oh, right, I had the shelter. I forgot about that. Sick. Okay, give me a dead end, please. That's a dead end for sure. But you know what? We'll do it. We have the furnace, so I can go unfreeze myself. Unfortunately, the furnace is extremely far away from the freezer, so nothing happens in here, but... Oh, well. Yeah, we're gonna head back first. To unfreeze myself. Thank you. Your accounts have been thawed. We're gonna do the bedroom. Just because it goes to the west, so... Oh, also I can dig. Apparently. Time to start digging. Maybe. Simon, where's the dig spot? There we go. Was there something else in the nook? Was there something else in the nook? I can go back and check. I didn't see anything else, but... Oh. Baron Bafflers. You get it on chance? What do you mean? By Herbert S. Sinclair, directions. Each clue is a hint for 2 different words. The word below, the long word, and a second smaller word found within the word, the small word. Each letter in the small word will be included in the next clue's long word. Lastly, the first letter of each small word forms this week's solution, a member of the 6th clue. Keep it behind locked doors. You're still trying to get this? Oh. I didn't even know this was a thing. I know that this has been mentioned in the morning room, but I didn't realize I'd get the chance to actually use it. I mean, you didn't aim to place a bedroom on your... I just happened to. Oh, this is only found in the bedroom? Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. That's cool. So, each clue is a hint for 2 different words, the word below the long word and the smaller second word found within the bigger word. Okay. Gotcha. Kept behind locked doors can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Huh. Makes the validity of each statement clear. On a certain scale, this is very hot. Informs you that there's no school today. And a group composed of members that have similar characteristics. This one took me 2 days to solve together with my husband. Oh, geez. I don't know if I'm going to be able to solve it on my own then. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. For now. What's kept behind locked doors? Secrets? A secret is kept behind a locked door, maybe? Let me just write this down. Baron Baffler. That's an M, not an N. Okay, so we're saying secret. And the actually CRE is not really a word, is it? Yeah. No, I realized. What else is kept behind locked doors? Lastly, the first letter from each small word forms this week's solution. A member of the sixth clue. Ah. I mean, secrets being kept behind locked doors is like a thing, I'm pretty sure, but yeah, CRE isn't a word, so. I don't know. I took a screenshot of this, so I think I'll come back in a moment. For now, I have no ideas. But that's cool. Yeah, I had no clue that was a thing. That was a thing. Does that happen like every time you get a treasure map? If you place the bedroom where the treasure map would be, would you always get this? And would it be a different one every single time, or? Yeah, we can use the silver key here. Give me a bunch of extra items. Ooh. Do I want the Chamber of Mirrors? I don't think so, but maybe. But I'd have to go up through the chapel. But I could do that, is the thing. We'll do it. Whatever. Button. Okay. I have 7 dice, so I should be fine. Kennel, please. Are there any other rooms like that then? That have like, if you dig up the treasure map, there'll be like a secret thing? Or is that just a bedroom thing? Ooh. Oh, I can't afford that. Sad. We'll do the corridor. Boiler room, just because it lets me go multiple directions, as much as the master bedroom is fun. You might want to try that there yet, okay. Most of the time I've only gotten coffers from the treasure maps, but coffers got like money and stuff. But yeah, I guess specific rooms might have specific things. I don't need keys really, because I could just buy some from the locksmith. I've already been in the chapel. I don't really have any money, so I can't buy anything from the armory. Does the armory count as a dead end, though? You know what, we'll do it. Because I've only been in the armory once anyway. So, even if it doesn't count as a dead end, then... I can still see some stuff in there that I don't think I have. Rook for reroll. I probably should have taken the rook, yeah. But also I have plenty of dice for now, so... I think it should be fine. Plus, odds are I'm gonna get a dead end anyway, probably. Oh, I forgot about that. Thank you, Kennel. Also, I got a thing, because I got a rock. Oh, guest bedroom again? Oh, I got Chamber of Mirrors, that's why. Boudoir for the... If I do the guest bedroom, actually. I could... I could guess again. Boudoir for the dice might be nice, though. But I think I'll do the guest bedroom, just because... What did I guess before? Was it master bedroom? We'll guess aquarium this time. I don't think I... No, I guess book... Ah, you can only guess once? Ah, never mind. Well... Now I know. Oh well. We're gonna do the passageway. Should I turn the boiler room on? Is that a good idea? I mean, one of the rooms that's more likely to show up if I do that is the laundry room, which is a dead end. So... maybe. We'll open this first, see if it's anything good. Ooh. It's not. I'm gonna reroll. Observatory? Okay, well, guess we're doing dark room. Whatever. Oh, I'm sheltered. I forgot about that. Okay, well, if I get that door open, that's nice. I don't think I'm gonna turn the boiler room on. I'm going to not so secretly hate you a little bit if you manage the dead ends on your first try. This isn't my first try, I can guarantee you. I have failed this plenty. And by plenty, I mean at least 3 times. I'll do the armory. Like I said, I don't think this technically counts as a dead end, but also it might. But also, I just kind of want to look at these. Purchase is for 8. Have these always been cheap? The axe. You may use the axe in the room directory to permanently remove the gem cost from one room. Ooh. Ooh. That's cool. $32? $32. I shouldn't have spent all my money on keys. I need gems, so... for the other ones, so... we'll go down first. Give me a room that goes directly into the Chamber of Mirrors, please. Spare bedroom, I guess. But also, am I going for... should I do storeroom instead? Does the Chamber of Mirrors really matter? Do I need to press every button? How many dead ends do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus the one outside, so 9. You know what? I need gems. And I don't know if I need to press every button for the Chamber of Mirrors, so I might be fine. We'll do the pool, sure. It gives me 2 ways to go. Give me money, please. I would like to buy the axe. No, but I'll take those 2. Give me money, please. Thank you. Also more dice, which I will gladly take. Okay, we're gonna go up. Classroom, sauna, or hallway. 2 items might be nice, but also getting extra steps for tomorrow would be good.
Um, we'll do the hallway. Hallway closet. You want a quality of life hint about the axe? Nah, I'm good. Oh, I don't have a key card. I probably should have checked that before I placed that dead end. I don't think there's a way for me to get the one that I have in the coat check either. You would have said yes to that if it had been offered. Yeah, I just kind of want to figure this stuff out, honestly, if I can. So, is the thing. Thank you for the offer, though. There was at one point somebody once in chat did say that there was something about the axe, though. They were like, I really like the axe, and I was like, oh, sick, I haven't used it. So I am sure there's something. I don't know. Will I be able to get a key card? Probably not. Unfortunately. Hello, doggo. I'm gonna go to the security room and see if it tells me there's a key card anywhere. I'm not expecting one though. It'd be really cool if there was, though. I guess we might as well check that. Oh, there was a coupon book. You were right, there was something else in here, I just missed it. You gotta pet the dogs, yeah. It's basically a requirement. If you can pet the dog in a game, you need to pet the dog in a game. Whoa. Okay, there's a lot of stuff. Not a key card, but there's an upgrade disc somewhere? Where's the upgrade disc? Oh. It'd probably be in one of the later rooms, right? Oh, it's probably in the freezer. It's in the freezer. I can't do anything with that, then. Never mind. But with the coupon book, I should be able to afford the axe now, so. Chop down a tree outside. Even though it looks more like a battle axe, but that's fine. And then also we can go back into the not chamber of mirrors, into the bedroom and see if, yeah, unless it's defrosted. Does it take time to defrost, or I'm gonna buy the axe before I walk in there just so I don't have to walk all the way back to the furnace first. But I thought that it would have to be in closer proximity to the furnace in order to defrost. Oh, does the coupon book not work on the... Oh, it's only saved 1 coin on each purchase? Oh. Never mind, then. Dang. Okay, yeah, I thought the, freezer was, like, proximity to the furnace, not... I guess it could be even if it's further away. It still freezes. Or unfreezes. Oh, no, you're right. For some reason I thought it had to be closer. Sick.
Admin key Reva D. Any Reva. I already found out that one. The network servers are finally out of cold storage, or at least as many as we could fit into the surrounding walls of the grotto off the East Drive. The last few days have been very busy, but I'm glad I was able to take a short break from the gardening to help Randolph install the network. It was, after all, the least he could do, since it was I who suggested the final location. We decided that we are going to store the 2 unused servers here in Mount Holly's freezer. They should serve as a readily accessible replacements should any primary consoles fail. Denny Revane, admin key, Ravady. Sick. Well, that's cool. In that case, is there something new I can do on the computers since these are unfrozen, or... Unfortunately, I don't know how to thaw this. But it's just a prism key, so it doesn't really matter. The letter, though, would be pretty nice to read. Also, it's a white pawn. I can finally write that down. Not that it matters, but... Okay. Sick. We'll go use the upgrade disk then. Also see if there's anything on the computers now that those are unfrozen. Oh, that's not the terminal password. I'm not really expecting anything, but maybe. Do data transfers work? No. Okay. No, okay. It doesn't look like there's anything special for those unfreezing. Upgrade disk. What is it? The aquarium. Ooh. Plus 10 coins, plus 1 star, or power source. Ooh. Ooh, I think I'm good for money, and I don't really care about stars too much, so we'll do power source. I don't 100% know what that means, but... I'm going to assume it's like... I don't necessarily need the boiler room anymore? Question mark? But we'll figure it out later, I guess. At some point. Back to the Bear and Baffler, I guess, because I can't think of anything else to do at the moment. Baron Baffler. What's kept behind locked doors? Locked doors. That has another word in it. What do you lock behind a door? Treasures. Your entire house is locked behind a door, technically. Probably. 6-letter word. Makes the validity of a statement clear, like an in-game thing, so like color of the memo and whether it's written or typed. On a certain scale, this is very hot. What I think of is like
Kelvin, Celsius, or Fahrenheit, but I don't know if that's exactly what they mean. What informs you that there's no school today? Your parent? Probably. Ent? Does that count as a word? Ent is technically a word if we're going based on like Lord of the Rings. Tree people. That's fair, yeah. He puts his security measures in the Baron Bathways. Thought Kelvin could fit. Kelvin. That's true, but Vin is that I don't think Vin's a word, is it? At least not to my knowledge. I know it's the name of a character in Mistborn, but vehicular identification number? Yeah. No, I don't. I don't know. Um Plus I think it would be instead of like it being Fahrenheit, Celsius, or whatever, or Kelvin, it would probably be like a certain item that's very hot on a certain scale. Something on a certain scale. Are we thinking scale like a fish scale? Or like the scale on a fish or like another animal? Are we thinking scale as in like weight? Like something that measures your weight? Kelvin is a scale, yeah, but I mean like it's saying this is very hot, so I'm thinking like maybe it's a specific item that it's talking about. Also, I'm just now realizing that Kelvin is Kel and Vin, which are both characters from Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson. I wonder if that's where those names came from. The scale itself isn't hot? Yeah, yeah, yeah. On a certain scale, this is very hot. I think I might need to know the previous clue for that one because there's so many possible answers. What's something that's kept behind locked doors? It's only 6 letters. And there's also the smaller one. Each clue is a hint for 2 different words. The long word and the smaller word found within the longer word. Another room maybe is kept behind a locked door. That's only 4 letters, though. We're going back to, like, word puzzles where I'm just, like, my brain struggles to come up with anything. Would it be an item that's kept behind locked doors, or is it, like, saying it's a synonym for something that would be kept behind a locked door? Or, like, a synonym for the sentence kept behind locked doors, I mean, sorry. Hidden? Hidden? I think hidden works because Hiden or Hidden. No, that wouldn't work. DDE isn't a word. Never mind. I misspelled it. My bad. Because DDE isn't a word, so. Kept behind locked doors. Hidden. Secret. It's probably like a synonym of one of those, though, right? Or at least that's what my brain is saying. Is it cheating to look up synonyms? Synonym for hidden. Concealed, out of sight, secret, obscure, buried. No, that doesn't work. Covert. On the QT, what does that mean? What's the QT stand for? Okay, no. According to thesaurus.com, nothing really works. What else? It could be an item that's kept behind locked doors. This is a very cool idea for a puzzle, though. Despite the fact that I'm not the best at these kinds of puzzles, it is a very fun idea. Informs you there's no school today. I did think about parent, but I don't think an ent would inform you that there's no school. Probably. Unless ents exist in this world. The news, the weather, that's 7 letters actually. The school itself. By the time they had told you they would have lost the weekend anyway, true. Yeah. They are very slow. A group composed of members that have similar characteristics. A boy band. A regular band. There's like a list of words in English, and it's like the 500 most used. And I think my brain is like almost exclusively works off those ones. Cult does technically. Yeah, cult would be good if it fit, but would it be occult? Like
Because that is a word. Occult is also one of the synonyms that showed up for hidden. Though I don't really know how much that helps. Occult, I guess, is more like not necessarily a group of people. According to the definition of relating to or dealing with supernatural or magical influence. Yeah, it's more of a thing. Yeah. Rather than a group of people. I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be a group of people. Members could be like shapes, you know? Doesn't have to be living things. Like a group composed of members that have similar characteristics is kind of just like a set. How many three-letter words are there in the world? I'm just asking because, like, I'm like, maybe you'd be able to like list every three-letter word. I'm like, come up with something. I like my brain's like trying to think of like roundabout ways to solve this instead of just like thinking about the words. Kind of funny. Um, informs you that there's no school today. Papers, birds isn't a word. Hmm. I have like a word on the tip of my tongue for makes the validity of a statement clear, but it's just not. My brain just can't think of the exact word. It's like it knows it's in there somewhere. It knows where to reach, but it's just like missing the exact location. Kind of like intent, but not quite. But I like a hint for the long word of the first one. Yeah, sure. I mean, technically, I already have a hint, so the hint better not be kept behind locked doors. That would be funny though. Um, person. So like, it is a person who would be kept behind locked doors. A criminal. Or would you like keep somebody behind a locked door to like protect them or something? Oh, I got you. You got the clue or the people clue?
Homo sapien. Homo erectus. There's a lot of puzzles today. We got the like graduation test. We got room 8 that just happened. The Baron Baffler. Is it like a type of person kept behind locked doors? It has been a testing type of day, yeah. Simon's been working his brain hard. Mm. Why is this under the floor, by the way? It's kind of funny that this is just beneath the ground in the bedroom. don't have anything for the first one, but could makes the validity of the statement clear be proofs, like PROOFS, because pro is also a word, technically, like short for professional. It's also a prefix, so. And then PR and O would have to be used in here somewhere. Does pro make the validity of a statement clear? Well, I mean, if we're talking like pros and cons, I guess. That's fair, though. I forgot that the second word had to also fall under the clue of the first one. Hmm. I'm gonna grab a dictionary and just point to a random word and see if it helps. Maybe it'll jog my memory of every word in the English language. Other. Not the same or different. Does that help at all? I don't think so. Mortgage? Laboratory?
I haven't looked at this dictionary in ages, and I just realized that, like, on the top right and left of each corner is, like, the first and last word of the page, and for some reason on this one page it's not bolded like the rest of the... Most of the time the words are bolded, but not on this page. Anyways, you guys can't see this. I don't know why I'm just talking to fill, like, the air, you know? Because it is very quiet. Good to talk things like something might click. Yeah. I don't know how much the talking about the dictionary pages not being bolded is gonna help the person kept behind locked doors. People kept behind locked doors. Would there be people kept behind locked doors? Ideally, no. Besides criminals, I guess. The word person is the clue, though. Person kept behind locked doors. You'd be surprised. That's fair. I feel like I lock myself in my room more often than I tell other people to lock themselves in their rooms, though. I'm locked in my room right now, for example. Pancreas? What? I forgot that existed. I was like, that's a heck of a word to just randomly set my eyes onto. Kept behind locked doors. What if I just start reading the dictionary? Lackadaisical, laconic, lacquer, lactic acid. That's 2 words, but okay. Ladder, edify, Massachusetts. Oh, that's a state name. Who is kept behind a locked door? The person you're dating when you don't want your parents to know you're dating anyone, I guess. The people who work for the mob are hidden behind locked doors. I don't know what I'm talking about. This is just random stuff that's coming to mind. Because the random words I'm looking at.
Prisoner, but it doesn't fit, yeah. Prison does, and I did think about that, but ISO isn't a word to my knowledge. ISO? Unless you're playing Assassin's Creed, then you have, like, the precursors. Let's check my dictionary. Is ISO a word? No. The first ISO word is isolate. So ISO is like a camera thing, but that's not kept behind locked words. Prisoner, criminal. Uh, hmm. Synonyms to prisoner and criminal. Synonym. Merriam-Webster says captive. That's 7 letters. Capture. Is that okay? Jailbird, convict. What if I just who be kept behind locked doors? At this point, I'm just looking stuff up. Shut in. A shut in. Someone who's caged. Hmm. I like how the N is sideways up here, by the way. Like diagonal, I mean. Also, this is a different font. I'm like getting distracted because I can't think of anything for the actual clues. I'm thinking can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Could be art is the small word, but I don't know what the larger word would be. But that would also mean that there's an ART in this one somewhere. I don't know exactly how that fits. Not necessarily ART like the word art also, but like the letters AR and T. Mm. You think you figured out the first one? Do you also want to give me a clue? Because I'm still stuck. If you feel like it. You don't have to, but like I would appreciate it, I think. It's related to prisoner? Related to prisoner. Prisonee. Warden. But that'd be ARD is the word, which doesn't, that's not a word. Unless the shorter word is the white ones, not the black ones. But think of other words to describe a prisoner. A captive, I think, was one of the ones that we looked at before. A criminal, a let me look at my thing. Panacea. Ooh, that's a good word. Let me look at my dictionary. Prisoner, noun, a person who is guilty of a crime and must serve a sentence of time away from society, living among other criminals. Not all prisoners are guilty. There's false convictions. Does this have synonyms in the back of the book? Nope. But it's got the longest word in the English language, which is almost 2,000 letters. I'm not going to try reading that, but it's an enzyme that has 267 amino acids. Oh, this has the table of elements in it? No way. Why does this dictionary have more than just dictionary stuff? Yeah, synonym of prisoner. What's the synonym? Synonyms of prisoner. Someone who is locked behind closed doors. Someone who... I'm just gonna... Synonym of prisoner. According to Merriam-Webster, there's captive and capturer. But those are both too long. Hostage, detainee, culprit. Inmate? Inmate, I mean, it does have the word mat, which you'd keep a mat behind a locked door, I guess. Maybe. Like a rug. Not an outside buddy, so yeah, an inmate. Okay, we'll say inmate then. I don't know why I had to, like, click on, like, 4 different websites to find that word. And also, I don't know why my brain wasn't able to think of that. I guess I just don't... I think I'm just bad at, like, tests. And this kind of feels like a test. It's, like, the same kind of... Same thing with the gallery, where I was like, it feels like a, vocab test. My brain just couldn't think of stuff. Yeah, okay. We'll go with inmate then. I might as well see. Just to like actually keep track of this. We will switch to this and then just inmate. That's a A. I can write that better one second. Let me just grab a thing real quick. It's gonna move those and what? That looked excellent. Inmate. Okay, there we go. Which means that MAT would be used in the long word. When it says in the long word, does it mean it has to be these white spaces, or does it mean just like in general? Do you think? Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. I still think that this is probably art, if I had to guess. Which that would be the A and the T done. And then the ART would be used down here. Which 7-letter word has art in it? Question mark. And an M somewhere. And then also M and A would be part of this group. If that was the case. Would it start with an M? What words start with Mart? Alien. Does it, does alien start with R? Start with M? Oh, Martian. Can a Martian affect someone? Can affect a Martian greatly when wait? Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. Does Martian fit in? How would a Martian be affected greatly? No? Okay. The only word that shows up in my dictionary is martial. Martial. Which is pertaining to military affairs. Which could affect someone greatly, I'm sure. So that probably doesn't begin with M then. I just like your dictionary. I got it when I was in like 5th grade, I think. For free from like they just gave each of the students the dictionary. So it's like it doesn't have like many words. It's like a bunch of kid words. Or not necessarily kid words, but like it doesn't have like every word ever, you know? It doesn't have any swear words in here, you know? I could write Martian in here though. If I wanted. What if it starts with a B? Let's go through my dictionary more. B-A-R-T. Barter. That's 6 letters. That's the only... Okay. According to my dictionary, the first word isn't a B. See, we got cart, cartilage, cartographer, carton, cartoon. Cartoon? Would cartoon work? No, there's no M. I've seen this one solved with 2 different words and both fits. That's good to know. Cartoon, technically, right? Oh, that looks bad. It's like, just cartoon. There's just no M, is the thing. Cartridge, cartwheel. Go with cartoon for now, but I'll take a look at some other words. Dart. Dart is the only word in my dictionary that starts with a D and has the word art in it, so. E. Eart. Eart. Earth. Earthquake. Let's see, is there any word that starts with fart? Farther? That doesn't really fit, though. Okay, how about Gart? What's wrong with starting with an M? My dictionary only had the word Marshall, and that didn't really fit. And Martian, I don't think fits too well either, I'm gonna be honest. Though it could, you know? You never know. But also, this is a bad dictionary we've established, so... Yeah, that's stupid. That's fair. That's fair. So is that a hint that it does start with an M, then? Let me just take a look at... We'll go see if anything starts with a L-A-R-T before I throw it away. One second. Laryngitis. No, okay. We'll set the dictionary down then. What if I look up, like, Scrabble word finder? And then, yeah, Scrabble cheat sheets. M-A-R-T, question mark, question mark. Oh, there's a max of 2 question marks. Oh. We'll just assume there's an N. Just because. Any good words that have the word art in there? That are 7 letters. Martins. Martini. Is it martini? I solved it with martini? Okay, we'll do martini. Other people put martyrs. I did think of martyrs. That was in my dictionary, but I was like, I don't know if that... I guess that is technically, that also works. Okay, so ART are used in places. Spirit, alcohol, martini. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Should I put on some background noise? Is there any music anybody wants to listen to? YouTube music. I guess. Zootopia 2. I forgot that was a movie that was coming out. Let's see. Let's listen to some... another puzzle game soundtrack. How about that? Professor Layton? Maybe. Let me know if this is too loud. We'll just put on some Professor Layton music. Oh, that sounds loud. That might be loud. Let me turn this down 1 second. Where's the... Does YouTube music not have a sound option? Okay, we'll just go volume. Microsoft Edge. Let me turn that down all the way. Oh, you wouldn't even be able to hear that anyway. 1 second. It's muted on OBS. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's 0. That's too low. We'll make it 3. We'll unmute it on YouTube Music. I'm sure that it's probably fine. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna turn my headset volume down though because that's still a little loud. Is that good for you guys though, or do you need me to turn it down? Also, if you don't like it, you can ask me to switch it up. I think Professor Layton's probably fine though. Is Professor Layton music copyrighted? Professor Layton Wiki copyrights. Somebody on Reddit just says roll the dice on whether or not it gets claimed. Just go for it. Okay, yeah, we'll just do that. Whatever. Yeah, it's probably fine because it's video game music. Okay. Then, yeah, I can turn it up or down depending on if you guys want me to. I don't know if this is really thinking music, but it isn't a puzzle game, so. I could also just turn on Blueprints music, I'm realizing. It's fine for now? Okay, sick. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Would have AR and T in there somewhere.
For some reason, my brain just thought answer, but that doesn't make any sense. Because ants isn't even a word, so. Makes it clear whether a statement is true or false. Welcome in. We're trying to figure out the Baron Baffler. At the moment, that I just randomly happened to stumble upon. So I put on music in the background because it was very quiet. Makes it clear whether a statement is true or false. My brain goes to stuff like evidence or proof. So maybe a synonym for one of those that has A, R, and T in there somewhere. So I might change the color of this pen just to make this easier to see. Is that better? Yeah, you can see that much more clearly. Okay. Wrong one. There's also like intent is another word that I'm thinking of. Because like if you know someone's intent for the statement that they said, it makes it clear why they said it, you know? Makes it clear what their goal was. But that doesn't have A or R. Oh, sorry. Let's assume it starts with R, just because. Rationale. Reason? That doesn't really fit, though. Because, re isn't a word, so. Maybe a synonym for reason? Purpose? Argument? Whereas in motive. Impetus.
If we assume it starts with a different letter. What if it starts with A? Because like this one started with M. So what if this one's like A? So makes the validity of a statement clear. Um, that 6-letter word starts with MAA. I don't think there is one. I just mean like since Matt was the tiny word here and this one started with M, then maybe this one's, since it's art, it starts with A. I don't know if that's necessarily true though. Is there a 6-letter word that starts with MAA though? Probably like Ma'at. Egyptian. Words that start with MAA. Marad, which is, I don't know what that is. Marad. Yeah, no, I don't know most of these. Oh, that's what you mean. Sorry. Yeah, no, that's fair. That would have to be. Yeah, okay. No, you're right. You're right. I completely forgot about this part. Lastly, the first letter of each word. Each of the small words forms this weak solution. YouTube music got muted at some point. Sorry, that's my bad. I don't know when that happened. Um, is there a word that starts with T that like makes it clear what the validity of a statement is? Because again, I'm still thinking like reason for like saying something, you know? What 3-letter words start with T? That could make the validity clear. That's assuming it starts with any of these letters at all, though, is the thing, because it could start with something different. It's not going to be that, because That's not a word, but it kind of fits. Makes the validity of a statement here. Mm. I think the fact that it's like a bunch of three-letter words is supposed to make it easier. But my brain's just struggling to come up with them, so. Mm. Makes the validity of a statement. I actually kind of want to look up how many three-letter words there are now. 2,200. Okay. This is a big list of them, though, that are in Scrabble. So there's technically more, I guess. What are the ones that start with T? Tab, tad, tay, tag, tie. Uh, there's top. Is that one? Top something? Uwu is a word you can use in Scrabble? What? That's crazy. That's insane. Am I asking what? Sorry, I completely forgot what I asked. Was it top something? Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'll ask that. No? Okay. Sad. Um, maybe it doesn't start with a T. got a clue for this one, because I might need a clue for all of these, honestly, based on how this is going. Because, my brain just keeps on, the first thing it thinks of, it keeps on going in circles with that one, so. Yes, I will take a clue, please. Courtroom? Courtroom. Courtroom. Is it like something you would say in a courtroom? Is it like witness, kind of? Like a person who would say something in it? Witness doesn't fit, but... makes the validity of a statement clear, like rewording something. Asking a leading question. Leading the witness. Now that we're thinking of courtroom stuff, my brain's like a lawyer, maybe. Because, law is a word, and lawyers would ideally make it clear what's going on, but I mean, that doesn't use R, it doesn't use T at all. But it does use the A and the R over here. But also, I don't know how much the law makes the validity of a statement clear, you know? Lawyer, witness, jury, judge. This kind of puzzle is the exact kind of one where, like, a lot of the time, if this was like a New York Games kind of thing, I'd like try to do it every few days or like once a month or something and then realize I'm really bad at it and never do it again. Until like a month later when I forget that, which is what I do with word searches or word crosswords for the New York Times as well. I'm like, I can tell it's fun for the people who know it, but like to me, I'm just struggling. Um, Also, another thing is I have no clue what this is actually for. Gonna be honest, it might just be a fun game, but don't even get me started on the New York Times so-called crossword puzzles. That's fair. The New York Times crossword clues are absolutely insane sometimes. And then you get the answer, and you're like, you could have given that like a much better clue, you know? Like you could have made that so much more obvious. I'm like, I know it's meant to like get people to like spend an hour or whatever doing it, but like still. They violate what a crossword puzzle is. That's fair. It is just like the way they do it, it's like they just have a square of stuff and like a word here and here and here. Like instead of doing like the like kind of random shapes, you know? So that makes sense. Makes the validity of a statement clear in a courtroom. Again, like, evidence really comes to mind for me, but that doesn't fit, obviously. Because I'm like, you show evidence in a courtroom. The evidence will make the validity of it clear. It'll prove whether something is true or false, ideally. But that obviously doesn't fit, so maybe it's a synonym of evidence. But also, it could just straight up be a synonym of courtroom. Or not necessarily a synonym of it, but like a type of person in a courtroom, maybe. Like I said, lawyer. I don't know, if we did lawyer, is it lawyer? I'm guessing the answer to this is no. But I'm okay with having word game puzzles with gimmicks, just not call it a crossword puzzle, and the answer should always be one word unless separated by a small arrow. An answer can't be too many chefs is one word. Yeah, no, that's fair. That makes sense. No, but it is a person. Okay. Actually. That's completely fair, though, about the crosswords, because, like, I don't know. I swear there was one New York Times, like, mini crossword I did where they were, like, used to tell you how many words there was in the answer, at least, but, then, like, they either stopped doing that or it might have been a different crossword that I was doing that did that, and I just confused it with New York Times. But I'm like, you should at least tell us how many words are in the answer if you're gonna do a bunch of different words, you know? Like, ideally, obviously, don't do a bunch of different words, but if you are going to, make it clear how many words there are. Person in a courtroom that makes the statement more clear. Like I said, the witness also comes to mind, but there's an extra S. Also, that doesn't use R, A, or R. Witness, lawyer, attorney, judge, jury, juror. I don't think so. Makes the validity of a statement clear. Um, it is a person who does it. The person speaking, the detective, the hmm. The person that makes the validity of a statement clear. So a person that makes it clear whether a statement is true or false. It has A, R, and T. I'm looking at that Scrabble word list for like 3-letter words again. 3-letter words allowed in Scrabble. It'll be ACT, ACT, the actor. The actors make the statement clear. They don't exclusively work in courtrooms, but I think that's fair. Actor. I feel like it wouldn't be a plural word, though, is the thing. You're guessing no again as MA. That's fair. Yeah. I keep on forgetting about that. What letters would come after MA, probably? We got... What's most likely? M, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay, so we can probably get rid of A. Mab could be, and could be that. Mad, probably not E. I don't know, most of these it could be. I don't think it's going to be Z. I don't think it's going to be X. But it could be, actually. It might be X. Probably not a Q. So... victim? It's probably not victim, right? Vic isn't a word, so... Um... Somebody who, like, works at a courtroom, so... Not exclusively, but... No R or A. Okay. So yes to T or possibly a T? Hmm. Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting about that too. There's so much to think about because I'm thinking about words and it's like it would be great if I could pull up the words in my head that had these letters in them that are 6 letters long, but I cannot, unfortunately. Mm. My brain is not made for these puzzles. At all. It's just like a. Would you like the first letter? Yeah, I'll take the first letter. I was thinking maybe it's like Y, because Y would make it clear. It's N. Who works at a courtroom? Starts with an N. Next letter is probably a vowel, right? Um, wrong letter. This game is good. It's very good. I'm not the best at it, clearly, at the moment. I've done all right in the past, but these word puzzles have been a struggle recently. I've done lots of puzzles today, and they've all been challenging. But to be fair, I guess that's what you gotta do, because people are gonna be on different levels of like how well they'll be able to figure out puzzles, so making some really hard ones for the people who are extremely good makes sense. Also, some people might find this easier. I'm just not necessarily good at word games. So. But it is a fun game. I've had tons of fun, despite struggling with this stuff. You need to lock in. I do need to lock in. It's definitely tough though, because it's just hard. Wow, that's a lot of games to play. Dang. Glad you like them though. Thanks. I do not play COD, no. I've played Call of Duty once or twice, but not much. Is it not something? Because, like, saying something with a nod would make it clear. Because I'm, like, looking at the... No, sad. I think I'm done after this word, I'm gonna be honest. I think I'll have to come back to this tomorrow after we figure this one out. Because we've done this plenty, I think. I'm just like looking at all the 3-letter Scrabble words. You got like nab, nay, nag, nah, nam, nan, nap, nas, nat. But none of these feel like they make a statement more clear, except for maybe like somebody saying no, basically. Or non. Um, or neg for negative. Or not. We got not out of the way. All of the words that seem right to me have an O. But there's also, I guess, that. Um, Is it a notary? Notary. I didn't even know that was a word. That's why I couldn't think of it, is I've never heard this in my life. Well, thank you, Webster Dictionary. I would not have been able to do it without you. Thank you, Tails. I wouldn't have been able to do it without you either. Okay, yeah, no, we're done with this for today. Um, we will come back to this in a little bit. I need a break from the words. We're gonna keep this face here though. That's not. Okay. Uh, we'll rename it. Uh, bedroom. Baron. Baffler. Some of those are a stretch. You did good. I don't know how good I did. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like I didn't do all that good at all. Anyway, we can stop the Professor Layton music. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me put away my drawing tablet. It's getting in the way of my keyboard. Okay. Close YouTube music and mute that. Okay. Yeah, I have a screenshot of that, so I don't necessarily need that right now. This run is over. I just remember. Because we need a key card. And I can't get one, so. Well, it was a good day of stream. That's for sure. Figured out roommate randomly. Figured out. Got to roommate, I guess. You're back? Oh. Bad news. I'm about to get off. I'm gonna end stream in a moment. I just want to get to the front of the house. Your internet wasn't working. Oof. Hate it when that happens. I don't know what I'd do without the internet, honestly, in like video games and stuff. I don't know how I would spend my time. Probably reading a lot more, but other than that, I don't know. Anyway, did I ever? No. Okay. I checked. I'm also gonna take a screenshot of what my scores were for the exam. Just so I know what I need to study on. And then we're gonna call it a day. 7 hours straight. Whoa! Most of that was me standing around, I think. I'm gonna be honest. 12 dead ends is pretty good. I didn't even realize 7 hours passed. Holy cow. 133 steps taken, 12 items found. That's nowhere near the 444 of yesterday. But, oh well. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the help today. I'll think about that Baron Baffler and then come back to it at some point. But yeah, thank you for joining in on the stream. I'm gonna head out now. Have a good whatever time it is for you. And see you at some point.